again, it just tells the story of it's the evil and the ugliness of people's hearts these days is everywhere.
This is Franky Rose's Think Tank. Here's your host, Franky Rose.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Think Tank. Day 18 of Karen Reed's trial. Oh my God. So Jackson has had a long weekend. I don't know what that's going to mean for Karen Reed. I definitely don't know what that's going to mean for Brian Higgins. So, yeah, I'm thinking that Jackson getting a bit of rest might not work out so well for Brian Higgins. I watched Emily Baker again. I watched her twice this weekend. There we are, number one fan. It's not even turning for them in there today. They were complaining of overheating the other day, so maybe it's a little cooler in Canton. How you doing, Tony? Hello, Dandy. I don't know how to answer that one. Good morning, James, Christy. Oh, I will just keep that down. Can look at James. Oh, she seems to be good for at least a 10-minute. She gives herself a good 10 minutes for her late period. Let's freaking go. Morning, Christy. Morning, Ruthie. Hello, Carrie. I am so ready for this. Oh, screen went black. Yeah, let's move this along. Good Lord. Wonder why their screen just went black. Not interesting. I'm just going to make sure I've got something else up just in case. Just in case. Let's see here. Well, they're saying they're live. That doesn't look overly live. Let me see here. I wonder what they did. So did everybody have a nice long weekend? Woohoo! I have questions. Well, we'll just see what happens. See if they come back. I'll go back up here. Oh, I see they're glitching. So it's not me, it's them. That's hilarious. Oh my God. We've been getting a lot of rain. The 50-cent piece in for the meter. So yeah, they seem to be having some difficulties. Oh Lordy. I'm gonna need to be doing. Oh, let's see. There we are. Oh, for you too? Yeah, that's the way it's been here as well. It has not been the friendliest of weather. Dreary there as well. Yeah. Yeah. She'll be losing her marbles. Okay. Oh, look at that. Let's see. Come on, let's get going. Let's get this show on the way, on the road. There we are. We got number 1 fan back. Oh, I seen that yesterday. It's been crazy. I haven't been, as you guys know, I haven't been online much, so I've been missing a lot. Last night, I got on just to kinda set this up, and, I couldn't I couldn't believe it. Oh, is that what they did? Okay, gotcha. Well, I just want them to hurry up and get Higgy back on the stand. I'm ready for this. We waited 3 days, and I have been hearing well, and if I remember correctly, today is the only day in court this week. Maybe we can play catch up on some of our other cases. We'll have to play it by ear. Yeah, he should be, Tony. Sweating bullets. He should be. This We got Alan Jackson with 3 days. Well, I'm sure he had lots of work to do as well, but he wasn't in court for 3 days, so he had lots of time to go over things and, get ready to go after this guy. Uh, I'm not finding that anybody is being honest. This is where my biggest problem is watching something that you totally believe is only half truths coming out of people's faces. It's really, really harsh to watch. It's hard not to react. You know, I had to giggle last night watching Emily Baker because honestly, she said everything she said everything I do, just some of it with a little more tact. And she's got the education. I'm just going basically off of a non-professional's opinion. So hearing hers, I enjoyed it. I can see why a lot of people will watch the trial and then watch her afterwards, or even the lawyer, whichever one it is that you guys like or anyone likes, and, watch it again. I find myself with streaming it, I miss a lot. Oh, I think she was playing him. I don't think she was doing anything but playing him. I don't think she seriously I mean, I could be wrong, but I'm like you, it's like he's butt ugly. He's butt ugly. Mm. The jury has to believe that their story is reasonably true. So far, this isn't happening. It's not. It's really not. Yeah, nice to watch it. It seems after watching her, even at the second time, I was still picking up on things that I had missed. I like her opinions, and yeah, you guys introduced me to her. I had watched her once before, maybe twice, I'm not sure, but well, that's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if she just didn't have, you know, all hurt up in her feel bads and decided to play a game because as she's saying, I think you're my type. I don't think he is. I think she played him. And I don't think he really liked that being pointed out on the stand with everyone watching. Some women are, Tony. But ew, ew. We don't even want to think of that when it comes to Brian Higgins. I don't even want to think about that. No higgity. No higgity. Ugh. No. I was looking at him last night when I was watching him get on and off the stand and what have you, and I'm thinking, "No." She was dating a good-looking guy. Would you look at this guy and go, "Oh, you're hot?" No. No. Giggity, giggity. My goodness. Mm, looked like the cameraman gave things a wiggle. It's only been 6 minutes. Are they gonna be early? I know. That's how I feel about it, Dandy. It's like, "Ew, we don't wanna plant that seed in my mind." No. I'm having problems with nausea anyways. Let's not go to Higgy's chubby. Blech. Blech. Oh, he's a 3-bagger. Yeah. How can I hurt John the most? This is what I'm thinking. I mean, said that way, it's like, but I don't know. Some women date guys that like to punish themselves too. That's true. Yeah, that's true. Oh, right. Only 7 minutes. She's still got 3. Hey, Dingo. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. What are we on for you? Monday night? No, Tuesday night already. Tuesday night. Good morning, Twitter friends. Beep, 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 dingo. Polishing or licking? Polishing shoes or licking shoes? 11:07 p.m. Tuesday. Yep. Hello, everyone on Twitter from Ruthie. We have 172. So good morning, Twitter friends. Or both. I know. I know. No, me either. Me either. Yeah, pretty amazing. I think the part that bothers me the most is she blames it all on the lawyers. And it's like, come on. You can't even get your numbers straight still. I was watching her again, on Emily Baker as she's getting all of her numbers confused and A this and B that. It's like, well, if you don't have a 36, why do you need a 36A? I don't know. Dandy says, good morning to Twitcherers. Oh, well, isn't that the truth? Try turning up late when you're the accused. Yeah, well, good point. I don't think that would fly. She just basically they could be doing business in chambers. Who am I kidding? Unreal. Oh, see, 7:10. We're right on it. So she should be, I would say, coming on within the next couple minutes, unless she is really, really behind. Again, I mean, we've seen it happen. We're on day 18, and we still don't know what happened to Officer John O'Keefe. We've had, I can't remember the exact number, but it's over 40 witnesses, and we still don't know what happened to John O'Keefe. We don't know if he was ran over. We don't know if he was beat up. We don't know anything. If he was hit by a vehicle, we don't know whose vehicle hit him. We know nothing. It's just, what the hell? This seems to me such a waste of taxpayers' money. I would think that they would need more. Mm, Still staring at the fan.
Today.
Jackson's
Please
not
don't
in.
consider that in any way. Certainly don't hold it against Ms. Reed for him not being here. Just don't consider it at all in your deliberation.
Jackson's not there?
So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to
What?
follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Everyone said
What?
yes or nodded affirmatively. Before
You are unmuted.
I just want to mention that Attorney Jackson is not here today. Please don't consider that in any way. Certainly don't hold it against Ms. Reed for him not being here. Just don't consider it at all in your deliberations. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here?
Where's
Thank you very
Jackson?
much. All right, let's bring Mr. Higgins in, please. And Ms. Giannetti, you'll be taking over?
I will, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh, no. What?
Maintaining case clerk, place right here. You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case down here should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Proceed, Your Honor.
Yes.
Where's Jackson?
Sir, you provided to investigators what you claim were the complete text exchanges between yourself and Karen Reed and yourself and John O'Keefe, correct?
What I provided was the complete, I let them know that it was a complete exchange between myself and the defendant. And I said that I may have had other text strings at other times with Mr. O'Keefe.
I'm going to proceed to ask you a series of questions which call for a yes or no answer. Can we agree that you'll answer yes or no to those questions?
If I can answer yes or no to the best of my ability, I will.
All right, I'm going to keep the question very simple, sir. Okay? You did not provide to investigators any other text messages between you and anyone else.
That's correct.
In September of 2022, you were served with a preservation order for your phone, were you not?
Yes.
After September of 2022, you never received anything in writing that canceled or lifted that preservation order, correct?
That's correct.
After September of 2022, you made the decision to dispose of your phone without consulting anybody about the decision to throw out your phone, correct?
Yes.
Before you threw the phone away, you did a factory reset of it, did you not?
No, I did not.
Well, you previously testified that you testified in another proceeding on June 1st, correct, of 2023?
Yes.
Prior to that June 1st testimony, you met with some people and gave a statement on May 5th of 2023, did you not?
I did meet with them. I don't know if that was the date.
Okay. It was prior to June, correct?
Yes.
All right. May 5th doesn't sound wildly inaccurate, does it?
No.
And when you met with those people on or about May 5th, we'll say, or whatever date it was prior to June 1st of 2023, you told them that you did a factory reset of your phone ending in 5421. Did you not?
I don't recall that. No, I don't recall making that statement.
You don't recall what you said about the factory reset during that interview, we'll call it, in May of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Directing your attention to the first highlighted line there, sir.
Why don't you give him a second?
If you read that silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done. All right, may I approach?
Yes.
Having read that document, sir, does that refresh your memory about telling those people in May of 2023 that you did do a factory reset of your phone?
That's not accurate. I did not tell them that. And I also didn't tell them that I saved texts with my father.
All right, so your testimony is that they got it wrong, correct?
My testimony is I didn't make those statements.
Your testimony is that they got it wrong, yes or no?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, in any case, you took the SIM card out of your phone, correct?
No, what I testified to was that it's,
Did you take the SIM card out of your phone, yes or no?
I don't know.
Did you testify that that's what you do when you get rid of phones, sir?
What I said was that might have been the extent of it if I was to have done that.
And you either cut up the SIM card or ripped it up, correct?
I believe what I testified to was
I'm
I
not
would
asking
have
you what you testified to. I'm asking you today, did you either cut up the SIM card or rip it up?
cut it up or broke it.
And you will agree with me that cutting up or breaking the SIM card destroys the SIM card, does it not?
The card itself, yes.
That would have been the purpose in terms of cutting it up or ripping it up, to destroy it, correct?
Well, so nobody else could use the phone.
Well, that was my next question. But
In another phone.
But the purpose of cutting up or ripping up or the SIM card is to destroy the SIM card, is it not?
Yes,
And you wanted to make sure that somebody couldn't put that SIM card in their phone and potentially access your data, correct?
no, that wouldn't be the reason why.
Okay. Well, we already talked about the fact that you testified under oath on June 1st of 2023, correct?
Yes,
And you were under oath when you were testifying on June 1st of 2023, correct?
yes,
You swore to tell the truth.
yes,
You raised your right hand.
that's correct.
And June of 2023, June 1st of 2023 was about a year ago, correct?
Yes,
It was about a year closer to your throwing your phone away, correct?
yes,
And in that testimony that you gave in June 1st of 2023, did you say the following, quote, "I made sure that somebody couldn't put it in their phone"?
yes, I did say that.
In fact, by either cutting up or ripping up your SIM card, you also knew that that SIM card couldn't be put back in. Well, you used a passive voice it went in a trash bag. Did it fly out of your hand unexpectedly into a trash bag, sir?
No, sir. It would have been disposed of with the phone.
No, I understand, but are you card, and you put that in the trash bag too, did you not?
Yes, sir.
Then you drove to a military base and you threw both the destroyed SIM card and the phone into a dumpster, did you not?
Well, I was cutting through the base, and I believe how I testified
Did you drive to a
was
military base, sir?
I was cutting through a base,
Did
yes.
you drive to it?
Yes, sir.
And then you put both the destroyed SIM card and the phone itself, which were in a trash bag, into a dumpster on that military base, did you not?
I believe that's what I did, yes.
And as you were driving away, you knew that that destroyed SIM card and the phone would be gone forever, correct?
Yes, I threw it away.
And before you drove away, you did not transfer anything from your old phone to the new phone, correct?
That's correct.
You lost all of your photos on that phone, did you not?
Whatever photos I had on there, I did, yes.
You lost all your videos on that phone, did you not?
To the extent if I had any.
You lost all of your other text messages besides the ones that you had with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And you knew that you did have text messages on that old phone with Kevin Albert.
He's a friend, most likely.
You also had text messages on your phone with Nicole Albert.
Most likely, yes.
And you had text messages on your phone with Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was important to you that no one see those text exchanges that you had with those three members of the Albert family.
Objection.
I'll let him have it.
No, sir, that's not true.
You took no steps to preserve those text messages, did you?
That's correct.
You did not ask your friend Matt Kelch, the agent, to help you extract those text messages, did you?
That's correct.
And when you went to that machine, you did not extract them yourself, did you?
He walked me through it. I did do the extraction.
You did not extract the 3 strands of text messages with Nicole Albert, Kevin Albert, and Brian Albert to preserve from that machine, did you not?
No, I did not extract those.
So the only place you knew they existed was on your old phone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The same phone that you put into a dumpster on a military base with a SIM card removed from the phone and destroyed, correct?
Well, I did throw the SIM card and the phone on the military base.
Right, and the SIM card was destroyed. You've already testified to
I
that.
said to the extent of if I did that, I would have done that.
And we're talking about the actual phone that would have had your text messages, again, with Brian, Nicole, and Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes, because the motion was denied.
Well, you've already testified, sir, earlier that you never received anything in writing that either canceled or lifted the initial preservation order, correct?
That is correct.
You knew when you were throwing that phone and the destroyed SIM card in the dumpster that from that day forward, no one would ever be able to access the content of what you and Brian Albert had discussed by text messages on your old phone, correct?
Anybody.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
If I could take you back just for a moment to January 29th, early in the morning, you're pulling away from the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
You had plow down on the front of your Jeep Wrangler, is that correct?
Initially, it was still on the ground, yes.
About how long distance again was that on the ground before you pulled that up?
Maybe a foot.
And with relation to the curb, specifically in front of the area with the flagpole and the fire hydrant, how close to the curb were you when you were pulling away from the Albert House?
I believe I looked both ways. There was no vehicles coming in either direction. I pulled out into traffic, and because that's a one-lane road, if there's no other vehicles, I'd be more to the center of that road.
Now, maybe a silly question, but with reference to the front of your Jeep Wrangler, that didn't have any red plastic pieces or anything like that on the front of it, correct?
At what time? At what point?
At any time.
No.
And that's the same Jeep Wrangler that you then drove to the Canton Police Station immediately after?
Directly from there, yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler back to your home in West Roxbury?
Yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler back to Fairview Road later on that morning?
Yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station again later that morning, correct?
Yes.
Now, the text communications between yourself and Ms. Reed, again, who initiated those?
The defendant did.
And that was on January 12th, 2022, correct?
About 8:23 in the evening, I believe.
Now, with reference to that, what she claimed happened in Aruba, that was something that she mentioned to you via text, correct?
The incident itself, I believe, was through text, but I believe the actual location was when she had stopped by my place in West Roxbury.
But so that's to my point. So, sir, with regard to the incident itself, she referenced that both via text and in person to you as well.
Yes, that's correct.
And the kiss that she planted on you in the garage at Mr. O'Keefe's house, that was again something that she mentioned both in text and verbally in person. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, as far as the ghosting that you were asked questions about last Friday, there were some text messages between you and the defendant on January 19th, correct?
What was the date? I'm sorry.
January 19th.
19th?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you recall if there were any text messages between you going either way, between yourself and the defendant between January 19th and January 23rd?
I think there were, not 100%.
Madam Mayor, approach.
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 104A. Direct your attention to back there, specifically the back page. If you could just let me know whether or not there's any text messages between yourself and the defendant, Ms. Reed, between January 19th and January 23rd.
Yes. Looks like the 19th and the 23rd, both text messages.
But in between those dates, what I'm asking about is January 20th, January 21st, January 22nd. There's no text messages on any of those dates, correct?
I don't see any.
And then as far as between January 23rd and January 28th, January 28th is when you texted her while you were both within the waterfall, correct?
On the 28th, yes.
So between the 23rd and the 28th, so on January 24th, January 25th, January 26th, January 27th, you didn't send any text messages to her, you didn't receive any from her, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
And then beyond that one text message that you testified to on the 28th, the next text message you received from the defendant was in regard to John being dead on the 29th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You asked some questions about these text messages and whether or not you discussed them with various people. Did you discuss those text messages with anyone?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Why not, sir?
To be honest with you, I mean, on a personal level, I kind of keep things to myself. I was a little embarrassed. Wasn't really proud of them. kind of maybe didn't show me in a good light with respects that I was John's friend.
And so with regard to that text on January 28th that you had sent her in the waterfall, she didn't respond as she was in the waterfall with her boyfriend, Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
Now, if the defendant did not have a boyfriend, wasn't dating Mr. O'Keefe, would you have been interested in pursuing anything further with the defendant?
I can't say. I don't know.
What, if any, reservations would you have based on the conversations that you had?
Just everything was so out of left field. I just found it hard to believe.
With reference to going to the Canton Police Station after Fairview Road and moving the vehicles around, which is closer to the Canton Police Station? Your home in West Roxbury or the home on Fairview Road?
The home on Fairview Road would be.
And with the impending weather, why was it that you went to the Canton Police Station to move the vehicles around on that occasion?
Because as I stated before, if I didn't do it then, I would have had to come back in the morning. And I knew the weather was going to be getting worse. I knew that I had a long day. I had been in New York. I had been out the night before in New York, and I just thought it was best to get them moved at that point.
Now, you were asked some questions on Friday about a phone call or something in a call log from about 2 o'clock or 2:22 in the morning of January 29th. Do you recall that?
I recall the questions, yes.
And you have an iPhone, or you had an iPhone, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you make a call on an iPhone, as you sort of place that call, you hit the button, there's sort of a timer that comes up and it starts counting off seconds as the call is being connected, correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
I'll allow it.
And so seconds are ticking off while the call is being connected, correct?
I believe so,
And
yes.
if a call is connected, then it starts ringing, and unless someone picks up immediately, there are further seconds that are ticking off on an iPhone while that call is ringing through, correct?
I believe so.
The objection sustained is to the form.
You were asked some questions about a call or a call back between yourself and Brian Albert around that time frame. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were trying to explain sort of what your answers were in that prior proceeding in reference to the correct.
Yes.
What, if anything else, did you want to explain to the jury in regard to that?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain.
You were asked some specific points as far as your testimony in the prior proceeding, correct?
Yes.
What, if anything else, did you say in reference to that in the prior proceeding?
Objection.
Sustained is to the form, Mr. Lawler.
Did you ever speak with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning on January 29th?
No, I did not.
Do you recall making a call or receiving a call from Brian Albert around that time?
No, I do not.
You were asked some questions on Friday regarding key card access within the Canton Police Station, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that door that you utilized, you would testify on Friday that you would sort of park down towards the back and then come in through the Sallyport area, is that correct?
So I believe I was referring to one of the two Sallyport doors.
And that was sort of your cut through in order to get to your office.
Yes.
Now, with reference to that particular area, as far as going in and out from the parking lot of the Sallyport, does the key card, you have to swipe a key card in order to go in and to go out?
So sometimes if you're close to the door, maybe having a conversation with somebody, it could activate the key card itself. But physically, if I'm going into the door, I would take it out and I would swipe it. I would hold it to the card reader. Some are more sensitive than others, is what I'm trying to say.
And similar to when you're going in, when you're going out, does that require sort of swiping or using the key card in order to go outside.
So there are some doors that you need to swipe out of, and I believe the booking room and the Sally Port itself are doors such as those.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll show you a document to place one for you. If you could just take a look at that and look up when you're finished. You recognize that, sir?
Yes,
Is that the same document that was essentially the same document that was placed before you on Friday?
yes,
And that's a 167-page document encapsulating different key swipes within the Canton Police Station on January 29, 2022, correct?
yes.
And from those 167 pages, at least on that first page, does there appear to be about 27 entries there?
Yes.
And so from 27 entries over a course of 167 pages, that'd be somewhere north of 4,500 entries within those 167 pages. Does that sound right?
Well, I went to public high school, but I'll take your word for it.
Would it surprise you that there are 18 entries within those 4,500?
So not what would surprise him. Ask the question differently, Mr. Howard.
You know that there are 18 entries that contain your name within those records?
Objection. Form of the question.
No, I'll allow that.
Are you asking me if in the 167 pages, there's only 18 entries with me?
Yes.
I did not know that, no.
Would that surprise you as far as your, well, let me rephrase that. Now, with respect to your travels around Canton Police Station on that particular day, would you quarrel with 18 entries as far as where you went and what you did in Canton PD that day?
No, in and out, nope.
Now, sir, with respect to your phone, you were provided notification in regard to a preservation order in regard to your phone sometime in September of 2022, correct?
I received a subpoena on September 30th, 2022.
And that was in regard to a hearing in which counsel for the defendant was seeking your physical phone as evidence, correct?
Yes,
And is it your understanding, or were you informed after that date, sometime in early October of 2022, that that motion had been denied?
so I believe it was October 21st of that year, I was made aware that that was denied on actually October 5th.
Are you aware of a 30-day period by which a defendant has to file some sort of notice of appeal of a motion?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I know typically there's appeal periods. In this particular sense, I wasn't familiar with the preservation order itself. What a preservation order was with respects to, that was kind of all new to me. Usually in an investigation that I'm conducting, it's a search warrant, I take the phone. I don't ask people to preserve it through a court order, if that makes sense.
And so when was it that you disposed of your phone?
It would have been, it was about 2 months after that,
And why was it that you disposed of your phone?
because it was beaten, it was broken up, and I had already had a new phone, and I just, only explanation is I threw it away. That's it.
Now, beyond sort of this case, what if anything else was going on with reference to your personal phone that led you to want to get rid of it?
So in July of 2022, I had a target of an investigation I was working who alleged that he called me on my personal cell phone. And when I questioned him as to the fact how he obtained my personal telephone number, he told me that his girlfriend had obtained it off of open source internet, which I later confirmed that that number was out there.
What, if any, concerns did that raise for you, sir?
Well, I had a lot of concerns. And that's, so July of 22 is when I probably started thinking about, you know what, I got to get rid of the telephone number itself.
And a lot of the work that you were doing, at least at that time, was undercover work. Is that correct?
Before this case right here, yes.
Now, as far as the SIM card that you're talking about, do you have any specific memory of doing anything with that SIM card?
No, and that's how I testified in that other hearing, that to the extent of what I would have done is I would have cut it up or broke it. And the concern would be that to my understanding, it's that's not holding any photos, that's not holding videos, that's not holding my contacts, it's holding phone information itself.
And as far as photos or videos or what, if anything, like that, did you even have one?
I didn't have much, in the sense that I'm divorced. I don't have kids. I didn't have the typical memories that somebody would have had on their phone that they wanted to preserve. They were more like the text messages with the defendant, where it would be a drink glass at a bar, food, something along those lines. I had more of a connection to my work phone and more of a value to my work phone than I did my personal phone.
Now, as far as that military base down the Cape, how often, let me ask you this, when you lived at the residence in Barnstable County, what would you do with your trash down there?
Well, if I was going through and I had trash or some recycling, and I was either getting gas on the base or hitting the duty free, I would occasionally toss a bag of trash in one of the dumpsters there. Or if I forgot, I would throw it out when I got back to my other property. And at the time, at one point, I was living in Canton, and I had the house there, and then I sold it, and then I had the in-law I was renting, so I had other options to throw things away.
Do you have trash pickup at your residence in Barnstable?
No.
So if you were to throw away anything, any sort of trash, it would have to be either at the base or at one of your other homes.
It would be somewhere else.
And so with reference to the phone and the SIM card, if you even did you drive specifically to the base to throw your phone away, or were you throwing it away with other trash?
It was just with other trash.
You were shown some call logs or some toll records or something to that effect last Friday with respect to calls that you had made or received around January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was that anything that you had specifically preserved and given to the troopers, or that was something that someone was able to obtain even without your phone or without your SIM card, correct?
That's correct.
May I approach this retrieve now?
Yes.
One moment, Charles.
Yes.
Sir, going back to January 29th, pulling away from the residence on Fairview Road, you didn't see anything on the side of the road, is that correct?
Absolutely not, no.
And what is it that you would have done had you seen anything, or had you seen Mr. O'Keefe on the side of the road on January 29th?
I've spent my whole life between being a firefighter, working in the profession that I work now, being a tactical medic. If I had saw John O'Keefe on the side of the road, I would have done something to make a difference.
No further questions.
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Sir, you testified that a prime motivator of you to get rid of your phone was a July 22nd call from a target of an investigation that you were working on.
I never said it was a prime motivator.
Was it a prime motivator?
No, what I testified to was the phone number was what I was concerned about primarily.
Right.
Didn't have anything to do with the phone.
Oh, you did not change your phone number on July 22nd, correct?
July of 2022? Is that what you mean?
The date that you received a call supposedly from a target of an investigation you were working on was July 22nd of which year?
So it was, I believe it was July 25th of 2022.
July
I was so
25th.
concerned that I reported it to my supervisor.
Right, but you did not change your phone number after that for quite a while, correct?
I believe it was September.
Okay. So for those months, you kept the same phone number and kept the same phone, correct?
I did.
And September happened to be the month that you received the preservation order from this court, correct?
September of 22, yes.
Right. Now, with regard to the text exchanges that you had with Karen Reed, you testified that you were embarrassed about them.
Well, I wasn't proud of them.
I think your word was embarrassed, correct?
I can agree to that. That's fair.
Well, you already testified to that, right?
I believe that
About
might have
5
been
minutes ago?
might have been a word I used, yes.
And you also explained that you would keep things like that to yourself, correct?
That could be something, yes.
However, you would also agree with me that while they were going on, you told your boss about that text exchange, correct?
Well, I told her about the kiss.
Do you deny telling your boss about the texting that you were doing with Karen Reed?
I don't know if I specifically recall that, no.
But you don't deny it, sir, correct?
It's possible that I told her about that. I'm not going to deny it.
All right. And in any case, those text exchanges were preserved. You preserved those before disposing of your phone, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the other text exchanges that you did not preserve with the Alberts, including Brian Albert, are you familiar with the term consciousness of guilt, Mr. Higgins?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection system.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
Just one more thing. With regard to the date that you changed phone numbers on your phone, you would agree with me that was September 29th of 2022?
When I actually changed the phone number?
That's what I just asked.
Yeah, yes, I also got a new phone, yes.
Okay. September 29th of 2022, you changed your phone number and got a new phone. And then September 30th, the next day, you were served with the preservation order, correct?
I got the preservation order on the 30th. That's correct.
Nothing.
All right, Mr. Higgins, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally, who's your next witness?
May we approach?
Sure.
First, we're going to take a 10-minute recess.
You are unmuted.
All rise for the court, please. Follow me.
Alrighty then. What the hell? Yeah, didn't miss much but lies coming out of Brian Higgins, in my personal opinion. How is it that both he and Brian Albert both got rid of their phones a day or two before they got the court order to keep these phones intact?
All right, so Mr. Lally, your next witness is a juvenile?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so there's a specific media order that there'll be no transmission of this testimony. Well, and by agreement of the parties, the child witness will be sitting in the courtroom, in the witness stand when the jury comes back in. And that's by agreement, Ms. Giannetti?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, so 10 o'clock or so we'll come back out?
Court, all rise.
Alrighty.
So you're just gonna end?
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. This is a law and crime legal alert. Google Incognito tracked users' browsing data without their knowledge. Yep. Well, Mass Tort Alliance, one of our
Alrighty.
legal.
Try and mute that for a minute. So we've got a couple minutes. Well, I'm assuming this is going to be, yeah, I'm assuming it's going to either be the niece or the nephew, because they both said that they had been fighting before this happened. Yeah, 40 minutes in, Bev's exhausted. Oh my God. This woman, I tell you what. So I'm not sure quite how they're going to do this. Are they going to let us in the courtroom at all? Are we going to hear the audio? We'll have to see what they allow us, I guess. Okay. Put this volume back on and we're good. So what do you think, guys? I didn't realize that Jackson said he would not be in today. I didn't see that. And I'm a little confused as to, so today is a full day. Am I getting that right? Have things changed that I'm not aware of? I haven't been around for a few days. I hope so. Yeah, I hope we hear something from them. I just think it's sad that they have to be brought into court. You know, kids shouldn't have to deal with big people problems. So, am I correct? Has anything changed this weekend that I'm not aware of? Do we know if we've got a full day today? Did it change or? A full day in a 1 week day. The horror. Okay. Good Lord. This woman. I've never seen a trial run like this where it's a couple days here, a couple days there. I mean, we could have probably have been into the defense already if she hadn't have been taking so many days off the trial. I have no idea why she is doing it. I don't know if she's got other cases she's dealing with, or I have no idea. I don't know why she's got such screwed up days in the courtroom. Yeah, I hope the voters are watching. And that goes for all the Alberts, too. If it comes out that it is. Misdirect. I just hate to see that they're coming up. I think you're probably right. I hope that the O'Keefes are seeing what's going on here. You know, I still don't know, guilty, innocent. They haven't shown me either way, which makes you go with you can't convict. You can't convict. That's okay. I speak French too, Tristan. Yeah, just bloody unreal. So full day today and the rest of the week off. Lordy, lordy. Lordy, lordy. Could be tied up even weirder than we could imagine. Yep. Yep. There has been nothing normal about this case right from the get-go. Everything from her being 5150 to her getting an impaired and nobody else did. Look at how much Brian Higgins said he gulped back and then went on a little drive in a snowplow, no doubt. Oh, Lord. They've all admitted to driving home after a night of drinking. It's what? Like if we even blow the slightest hair over 0.08, you know you're getting an impaired. Doesn't matter if you can walk, tap dance, hang upside down while doing, I mean, I don't know. That's just, oh, Lord. Judging the turtle case. Is she? Is she? No, she wasn't even the driver when he was found. Nope. She does, James. Oh, my God. And Lolly. Oh, my God. Can you imagine how he's going to approach these kids? I mean, he doesn't know how to do his job. Not yet. Between all the families and friends, I yet now pointing the finger at one person. I learned about this through the Turtle Boy streams, which is a loose cannon, had the most truthful info. Yeah. Yeah, laws are for the little people in Copland. I think so. And I have a feeling they are getting the data. I have a feeling. And they could very well be getting information from the feds because that is still going on. And I think that's why we are seeing some of these sidebars. Okay, Bev, 10 o'clock. So 10 minutes grace again. And James said 10 minutes turns into 40 with her. So they're bringing the jurors in. They're putting the minor on the stand, and then we'll see how it goes for us. Can they not? What are these kids going to add? That they weren't getting along? That she was freaking out? What are these kids going to add that can't be brought in by a different witness? Give me a break. And they're probably going to say things that we've heard before. Oh my God. Just unreal. Unreal. A 1 week, a 1 day for the entire week? We got 1 day of testimony? Oh, they have it, I'm sure. But the feds, I think, are these people included, or at least some of them. Cops of high rank or feds. They all hold hands. Well said. I mean, it's getting to a point where who do you trust? Who can you trust? It's just unreal. Bev's watch must be a sundial. Oh my God, you guys. What a case. What a case. Now, if she's taking 3 days off into the weekend, so that's a 5-day weekend for her. Happy summer. Are you also going to the Cape? I wish I knew why she was not dedicating her time to this case. It seems like the proper way to do things. It's the way most courthouses do it that we've seen. I've not seen a case where the judge takes off the majority of the time from the actual trial. I mean, she's putting in 50-50, if not it leans towards, sorry, that's Lizzie in the background. She wants me to hold her paw. Okay, come on. Okay. There you go. Lolly is 5 weeks in and not even close to the end. 8 weeks in total, not a chance. I know, I can't believe we are on day 18, James. It literally blows me away. We're this far in, and there is not one damn thing. No transmission of the kid's testimony. Are we going to be blocked all day? Yeah, Lizzie does. It's okay, Lizzie. We all do. Ruth, she's going to go bask in her mud puddle. So we are not getting any. Is this what you've heard, friend? No transmission of the kid's testimony? Is that what we just heard? Just like they do it on the top. She takes breaks during Catholic holidays. May, June are a lot. Wow. Okay. Well, religion over work? Well, I guess other religions do it, don't they? I pray every single morning in public, or sorry, in places of business. Can't work today, gotta pray. Can't work today, gotta this. Can't work today, it's that. Oh, it's this holiday. No, it's that holiday. Hang on, let me get this thing tighter around my head. It's that holiday, it's this holiday. It's like, what? There's chatter on Twitter. The court has asked them not to do live updates. They'll be going dark. So I guess they won't be showing kids' testimony at all. Okay. So let me see what X is saying. Oh, Lordy, Catch Lisk is following me. Let's see here. Lordy. So what the hell? All righty. Just reading something from, is Magnolia JLR's girlfriend at this point? I guess JLR's been sick. or something says he's been eating too fast. I don't know. Not the news I was looking for. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. So if we're not giving updates, the interwebs. Okay, well, I think what I'll do, guys, is we'll pop back once we've got this testimony over and done with. Unless I go back and we watch. I can do that. Let's watch Friday again until they are that's what I'm thinking. I know even Tristan was saying he hadn't seen it, so maybe this is what we'll do. Okay, guys, so what we're going to do is we're going to look at Friday. While we're waiting.
Jackson. Good morning, Miss Little. Good morning, Miss Giannetti. Good morning, Miss Reed.
Good morning, James. So I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my
Here we go,
instructions and
class.
refrain
Here we
from
go.
discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Wednesday? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here Wednesday? Everyone said no or should. Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. May we approach just briefly? My
Okay.
apologies.
Not a good sign. First sidebar, and we haven't even got a witness on the stand. What? Oh, lolly. 19 more. I bet you we can have that by this morning, James. Betcha. Unreal. She'll have 19 before first coffee. Oh, good Lord, Lolly. So they still have a lot to go through. We haven't seen anything as far as lab work or there's so much they have not done.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Brian Higgins, Higgins.
And where do you live, sir?
Barnstable County, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
I've owned that property since approximately 2018.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm a special agent with the United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And how long have you been doing that?
Just over 15 years.
Now, sir, prior to that, prior to your employment with the ATF, what, if any, other positions, what did you do for work before that?
I was a lieutenant with Cambridge Fire Department.
And how long were you a lieutenant with the Cambridge Fire Department?
I was a lieutenant probably for about 8 years. Total, I was with Cambridge approximately 15 years.
Now, at some point, did you reside in the town of Canton?
I did.
And when was that, sort of what year to what year?
I think that it was shortly after my sister passed away. So it was probably 2017 I purchased that house, and I sold it in January of 2022.
And you recall, was that early January, late January?
On or about January 5th.
And when you sold that property, did you move down to Barnstable County, or did you live somewhere else as well?
For a period of time, I rented an in-law apartment in West Roxbury, and I had my property on Cape Cod as well.
And that in-law property in West Roxbury, that was in 2022 as well?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th of 2022. Do you recall those dates?
Yes.
Do you recall what days of the week those were?
I believe the 28th was Friday and the 29th was Saturday.
If I could take you back just to at least a day or so before that. On the specifically the 28th, on the 28th, where were you on that date initially?
New York City.
And why were you in New York City, sir?
I was in New York City for the funeral services of Officer Mora and Rivera, who killed in the line of duty.
And fair to say there was a large contingent of law enforcement there,
Yes.
Including several people from Massachusetts.
Yes.
And when did you go down to New York City?
I believe it was the 27th of February. Might have been Thursday.
So was there a wake and a funeral?
There was a wake and the funeral. Some people went to the wake, some people went to the funeral. There was services in over those couple of days.
And you went to the funeral on the 28th, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, do you make your way from New York City back towards Massachusetts on the 28th?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time of day that was?
Late morning, possibly.
And why is it that you were coming back on the 28th specifically?
The anticipation of a blizzard.
And how did you, you drove, is that correct?
I drove my government vehicle down to New York for the services.
And what kind of government vehicle was it that you drove down and back?
That was a Dodge Ram pickup.
Now, on the way back, who, if anyone, came with you for the ride back from New York City to Massachusetts?
Brian Elbert, Kevin Elbert, and Eddie Hernandez.
And who were they to you, and what, if any, relationship do they have to your work in law enforcement?
Well, first and foremost, they're all friends. Kevin Elbert is a detective with the Canton Police Department. Brian Elbert was a sergeant detective with the Boston Police Department. Eddie Hernandez, also a detective with the Boston Police Department.
And how long had you known each of these individuals?
So out of the group, Eddie Hernandez would be the person that I knew the longest. I had worked with him back in the early 90s at the Mass General. Then it would probably be Brian Elbert. I may have had some contact with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department, assigned to the Fire Investigation Unit. And then Kevin Elbert would be probably the last in the three that I knew.
Now, speaking to the Canton Police Department at that time, as far as your assignment went with work, where was it that you worked out of, or where was sort of your base of operations, so to say?
Canton PD, I had an office there.
And how was it that you came to have an office in Canton PD?
That relationship was through Chief Berkowitz, born through a tragedy. When my sister passed away, we became friends, and he offered up the space because I had also moved there, so it was close. It was a jumping off point.
And were you the only federal agent that had space within the Canton Police Department?
I was the only one that had an office. I believe there was an HSI agent that might have had some access there to come in, hook up his computer and stuff. And there was also an MBTA police detective, transit police detective, who also had access there. But I was really the only one that maintained a desk, so to speak.
And as far as your work or familiarity with work, as far as federal law enforcement officers, is that abnormal to have access to a local PD or have an office or a desk there?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, it's not abnormal to have space within a department that you work closely with.
Now, as far as the ride back is concerned, when you drive from New York City back to Massachusetts, about how long a drive was that?
So typically it'd be I'd say like a 4-hour ride, depending on traffic. This was longer, and I would also factor in the fact that we stopped and ate on the way back.
And when you arrive back to Massachusetts, where specifically in Massachusetts is it that you first go?
So the first place that we went was a Boston Police Department district in Charlestown, where Brian Elbert and Eddie Hernandez had parked their vehicles.
Now, as far as you know, had they driven down to New York City, or how would they come to be in New York City?
I believe that Brian Elbert, Eddie Hernandez, and Kevin Elbert all flew down to New York.
And they drove back with you because of the storm, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, after dropping them off there, where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police Department, where I dropped off Kevin Elbert, and then switched vehicles, got into my Jeep Wrangler, and I traveled up to the hillside in Canton.
Now, as far as traveling up to the hillside in Canton, who, if anyone, did you have plans with, or who, if anyone, did you coordinate with as far as going to the hillside?
Brian Elbert agreed to meet me there.
And as far as switching from your government vehicle to a personal vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you do that before going to the hillside?
Because I was technically no longer on duty, so to speak, even though I had been at a funeral. But, I knew I would be consuming alcohol, and we have a policy against that.
Now, as far as vehicles related to you, whether they be personal or work and the Canton PD, how many vehicles did you have at that location?
So I would have had my government truck that I parked there. I would have had a surveillance vehicle that I parked there. And at times, it would sometimes flip in and out between a pickup truck that I had and the Jeep itself.
And the Jeep that you were driving that night, can you describe the Jeep, sort of what it looked like, what kind of Jeep it was?
So it's a 2011 Jeep Wrangler, gray in color. And at the time that I was driving it on the 28th and the 29th the next day, it had a plow on it.
And the plow that you had affixed to the Jeep Wrangler, is that, how big a plow are we talking about?
If I was to guess, it was probably 6 feet 8 inches. I believe they make them in two formats, 6'8" and I think 7'2". but I believe I have the smaller blade on that Jeep.
And how often would you have, was that like a year-round thing, or how often, when about would you have that plow affixed to the Jeep?
Weather or impending into inclement weather.
And is that something that you used, as far as what if any use did you put the plow on the front of the Jeep
To help family and friends clear the property at the Cape. I had used it when I had the house in Canton.
And so you go to the hillside, and do you know about what time it was that you got there?
No, again, it would have been after I dropped off Kevin Albert. Definitely would have been dark at that time.
And the hillside, is that an establishment that you're familiar with? You had been there before?
Yes.
And about how long was it after you arrived that Brian Albert arrived?
Shortly thereafter, probably, because I had traveled back, dropped the vehicle off. He may have even beat me there because I went to the station and dropped Kevin off, but I don't think it was contemporaneous, but it was in close proximity.
And once you got to the hillside, how long were you there, and how long was Mr. Albert there?
So I had something to eat. I had something to drink. The approximate time, maybe an hour or so, and then Brian had left before me. I remained, he left.
And if you know about how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Can you repeat that again?
Brian Albert left before you, correct?
Yes.
About how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Maybe 15 minutes.
And you had some drinks at the hillside, is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall what you drank that night?
Usually what I drink all the time, Jameson and ginger.
And as far as where Mr. Albert was going, what, if any, conversation did you have about that?
He had told me that he was going down to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, which is in Canton Center, and that he'd be meeting his wife and some family and maybe some other people.
And were you invited to come along?
Yes.
Now, the Waterfall, that's an establishment you're familiar with. You've been there previous times as well.
Yes.
And with respect to this evening, so you leave from the hillside and you go directly to the Waterfall?
Yes.
And if you know about what time was it that you got to the Waterfall?
Again, it was dark. It could have been around 9 in the area, 9 o'clock.
And when you get to the Waterfall, do you recall where in relation to the Waterfall you parked the Jeep at that time?
No.
So you come in to the Waterfall, and where do you go?
I went to a series. I saw Brian and his family, and it was a series of high tops, and I proceeded to the high tops where they were.
Now, with respect to Brian Albert, how would you describe sort of your relationship around this time in January 2022?
He's a good friend. He's a coworker. I had been working closely with his unit. I'd say he was a good friend.
And through that sort of work and your friendship, were you familiar with his family as well?
Yes.
And so when you came over to the area where Brian Albert was, his wife was there, correct?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, was there that you were familiar with or that you knew when you came?
So it would have been Brian Albert. It would have been Nicole. I believe Caitlin was there. Caitlin Albert, Brian's daughter. Chris Albert, his wife, Julie. There might have been another couple, Matt McCabe and Jim McCabe.
And as far as the McCabe's were concerned, how familiar were you with them?
Casually.
Now, at some point you come in, you join the group, is that correct?
Yes.
And how would you describe sort of throughout the entirety of the evening or your time at the Waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group within the bar?
It was a good time.
No arguments or anything like that that you observed from anybody that was present over the
No.
course of?
No, it was a good time and there was a band.
And if you recall, about what time was it that you left?
I would say right around when the band was wrapping up. So it was probably closer to midnight.
Now, prior to that, at some point between the time that you arrived and the time that the band's wrapping up and you're preparing to leave, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came into the waterfall?
John O'Keefe and the defendant.
And just to be clear, when you're referencing the defendant, what is her name?
Karen Reed.
And just to be clear for the record, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
Did you identify this as where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated between attorneys Jackson and Yannetti.
This has to record reflect the identification of the defendant by the witness.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, starting there, as far as how long had you known Mr. O'Keefe?
Maybe a year, a little over a year.
And do you recall how it was or where it was that you first met Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe it was actually the hillside.
And how often would it be that you saw Mr. O'Keefe or socialized with Mr. O'Keefe?
I would see him at the hillside.
And as far as, were you familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe did for work?
Yes.
And what were you familiar with him doing for work?
He was a Boston police officer.
And with reference to Ms. Reed, how long had you known the defendant?
It would be about the same time,
And
or as long as.
And so roughly, what was your understanding as far as the relationship between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
They were dating.
Now, with reference to occasions, as far as would there be occasions typically where you would see Mr. O'Keefe without Ms. Reed, or you would see Ms. Reed without Mr. O'Keefe, or were they essentially together when you saw them?
I would say more often than not, they'd be together.
And did you have occasion to see them at other sort of social settings outside of the hillside?
I went over the house one time before the end of Patriots game.
So if I could take you back, let me ask you this. As far as how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
I considered him a friend.
And how would you describe your relationship with Ms. Reed?
I considered her a friend as well.
Now, through the course of time that you knew them, did you have occasion to get their contact information and have communication with each of them through their phones?
I had John's telephone. John and I had exchanged telephone numbers.
And with reference to those communications, were they texts, were they phone calls, or various?
Oh, they would be text.
And as far as the text communications that you had, you received his contact information, you texted, someone replied. How did you know that that was John O'Keefe that was replying to you?
Well, I had him saved in my phone, John O'Keefe. I don't know exactly where he gave me his phone number, but I knew it was him.
Now, on that evening, taking you back to the waterfall, January 28th into January 29th, do you know about what time it was that Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant came into the waterfall?
It would have been, I think, between like 11 and closing.
And do you recall sort of where you were situated in reference to the table when they came in?
So I think I was at the high top bar area, the high top in the bar area closest to the bar.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came into the waterfall, what, if anything, did you observe? Where did they go when they first came in?
So when they first came in, I believe they may have initially went in, like, veered off in different directions. I recall that she opened her coat and took a drink out of it. I should say a glass.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the glass that Ms. Reed took out of her coat?
It was a tall glass. It looked like a clear liquid in there.
And at some point, did you come to find out where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed had been prior to coming to the waterfall?
Assistant.
Are you familiar with another establishment in Canton called C.F. McCarthy's?
Yes.
Is that a place that you've been to before?
Yes.
Now, as far as the glass that you saw, with reference to the waterfall and/or C.F. McCarthy's, what, if any, observations did you make of it?
Well, that it wasn't from the waterfall.
And what makes you say that?
Well, she walked in with it and took it out of her coat, but it wasn't consistent with the type of glasses that the waterfall had.
And so let me just ask one further question in regard to that. So when you say it wasn't consistent, what was it about it that made it inconsistent with glasses from the waterfall?
I believe it was a tall glass and kind of like bubbles on the side of it, so to speak, like the design.
Now, after you make those observations, at some point over the course of the time that you were at the waterfall and they were there as well, then you have occasion to have a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe.
I did. I don't know that if it was initially when he first came in, but I did have a brief conversation with him as to the content. I don't recall what that was.
Is small talk fair to say?
Greetings.
And with regard to Ms. Reed, during your time at the waterfall, what, if any, conversations did you have with her?
I did not have any.
Now, at this point in time on this date, did you have Ms. Reed's cell phone information?
I did not.
At the time that you were at the waterfall?
No.
Do you recall sending a text or?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question again?
At this time, I know we've jumped around a couple of days, but at this time that you were at the waterfall on the 28th or the 29th, did you have Ms. Reed's contact?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And at some point over the course of the evening while you were at the waterfall, did you send a text to Ms. Reed?
I did.
Did you recall what the substance of that text was?
I think it was something like, well.
And do you recall what it meant as far as that text message or why you had sent that?
To be honest with you, it was, I guess you could view it as a flirty text.
Now, around midnight or so, when you leave the waterfall, well, I'm sorry, let me take it back just one step. At some point over the course of the evening while you're at the waterfall, what, if any, discussion is there around the table as far as next steps or where to go from there?
Well, there was talk at the table, I think initially about going back to Chris Albert's pizza shop to have some food and drink. And at some point that transitioned into going back to Brian Albert's house.
And as far as the invitation to go back to Brian Albert's house, was that something that was extended to the entirety of the table?
I took it as an open invitation to the people that were together at the table, yes.
And Mr. Albert's house, is that somewhere that you had been to before?
I had been there, the twins' graduation party, which was outside in the backyard. And I think I may have dropped him off on one occasion. I may have dropped something in his mailbox, but those would be the only other times.
And are you familiar, at least now, with the address and sort of where you were going? Did you know where you were going that night?
I knew where I was going, yes.
And the address was 34th Fairview Road.
That is correct, yes.
And about what time? About midnight or so, when you're leaving, who, if anyone, was leaving the bar around the same time?
I mean, I think pretty much everybody was wrapping up and leaving. I know that I beat Brian and Nicole back to the house.
Now, as far as the time at the waterfall, with reference to either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed, what, if any, observations did you make in regard to what they were drinking that night?
I think John was having beers, is his typical, what I would see him with. And the defendant had, glasses.
And do you recall her ever at any point that you were there, if you recall, drinking out of a glass different than the one she took out of her coat when she first arrived?
I don't recall.
Now, you drove from the waterfall to Fairview Road. About how long a drive was that?
Probably a few minutes. But the weather was, I remember when I came out, I put the wipers on. There was some snow on the ground, but it was the type of snow where the roadway was still black at the time, but because it was being driven on, but had a light coating.
And you drive over to the home and you mentioned that you beat Mr. Albert there, is that correct?
I did.
And so with regard to the home, when you get there, what did you do when you got there?
Well, I was kind of being a smart ass, and I dropped the plow and I did a little sweep of the driveway. And then I got out of the driveway because I didn't want to get blocked in, and I parked.
And do you recall where you parked in relation to the house?
I do, by the mailbox.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish what's been marked as Exhibit 72.
Okay.
And Mr. Higgins, do you recognize what's printed up on the screen there?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
34 Fairview.
Sorry, may I approach on?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, I'm giving you a laser pointer and just press that button there. So, Mr. Higgins, with that laser pointer now in your hand, if you could direct the jury's attention to, if you see it in the photograph, where you parked your Jeep at.
So the back end of the Jeep would have been right around the mailbox itself. And the edge of the driveway is right there. I wanted to make sure that I was not blocking the driveway or blocked in.
And so the front of your vehicle would have been pointing in which direction?
I believe that'd be going towards Chapman Street.
And so which part of your vehicle was closest to the house? So the driver's side or the passenger side?
So the passenger side would be closest to the house.
So you're parked along the front of the house sort of with traffic, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, and you can take that down. Thank you. So you arrive at the house, you do, as far as the maneuver with the plow in the driveway, then you park the vehicle, and where is it that you go from there?
Into the house.
And when you get into the house, who, if anyone, is there, or who, if anyone, is coming in with you?
So I might have been there. Well, it was about the same time that Brian and Nicole showed up. I don't know if they entered before me or I entered after them. I entered the house. What I recollect is that Brian Albert Jr. is sitting kind of at the island or in the island area. And I believe he was flanked by at least one female, possibly two, one on each side.
And either of those females, did you know them? Did you recognize them? Did you know who they were?
I may have recognized one I've seen before, but I didn't know them.
And just lastly, before we go back into the house, when you park, when you do the sort of plowing in the driveway and then parking, did you see Mr. Albert arrive at the house around that time?
When I parked the Jeep?
Yes.
Well, yes. So I made the sweep, and as I could see the vehicle coming up, I made the sweep, got out of the way so he could park.
So he had parked in the driveway around the time that you're parking on the street?
Yes.
And so when you come into the house and you see the people that you've described, where were they situated within the house?
So I came through what I would call like a breezeway door. So there's a front door to the residence. There's the garages, and in between there is a like a breezeway door. I came in through there, and it's kind of like you're in the kitchen. I think there's like an island, so to speak. You may be able to sit at it, and Brian Albert Jr. was right there, and again flanked by one, if not two, females.
Now, at some point after your arrival, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came by the house?
I believe it was Jen and Matt McCabe.
You know about how long it was after you arrived that they arrived?
No, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it was much longer. People started, flowed in at that point.
And beyond sort of the kitchen area that you were describing before, where else did you go within the house that night?
At one point, briefly, Brian Albert showed me some photographs, family. I believe primarily it might have been of his son who had recently been in the Marine Corps. Gone into, I should say.
And do you recall, or why was he showing you specifically like those photographs of his son in the Marine Corps?
Because he's proud.
Now, let me ask you this. As far as yourself and or Mr. Albert, what if any familiarity or what if any background do you or Mr. Albert have with regard to the military?
Brian was in the Marine Corps. I was in the Army.
Now, this period that you're talking about in the other room, about how long a period was that?
It was brief.
And beyond yourself and Mr. Albert, was there anyone else from the group that you described that was in the room at the same time as you and Mr. Albert?
I don't think so. I think Nicole may have popped in for a second, but I'm not 100% positive on that.
And as far as, do you know approximately what time you left the house on Fairview that evening?
I'd guesstimate it was anywhere between 12:30 and 1 o'clock, but I'm not 100% positive.
So relatively short period of time, is that correct?
It was a short period of time. I knew kind of from the onset when I got in there, it probably wasn't going to be a long time because I'm not a beer drinker and that's what they had. So I was probably one of the first people to leave.
Now, for that entirety of the time that you were there, did you go anywhere else within the home beyond what you described as far as the kitchen and the living room?
No.
Did you go upstairs at any time?
No.
Did you go downstairs in any sort of basement area at any time?
No.
And when you exited the home, do you recall which of the two doors that you described that you would have exited from?
The same door I came in, the breezeway.
Now, during the time that you were there, similar to what I asked about the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or demeanor within the home?
It was fine. I mean, everybody was happy.
And at any point in time while you were at 34 Fairview, do you, any of the people that were in the house, do you recall seeing them go outside of the house and come back or anything like that?
I can't say definitively I saw anybody come in or out of the house, but I think somebody might have been in the process of maybe being picked up.
And not anybody that you were super familiar with, is that fair to say?
I think it was one of the females.
Now, with respect to the front of the house, at any point in time that you were inside of the house, was your attention drawn or did you look out the windows or the door or anything like that?
No.
And when you were in the kitchen area, do you recall sort of how you were positioned in relation to the windows facing the front of the house?
So I would have had my back to that area, my back to the door that I came in.
And specifically with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at any point in time, did you see either of them inside the house or outside of the house or around the house or anywhere around 34 Fairview Road?
Absolutely not, no.
And at any point in time over the course of the evening, what, if any, communication or text or anything did you send to either of those two while you were at the house on Fairview?
While I was at the house, I think I shot a text just to John. Where are you? I think that's what it was.
And if you recall, did you ever get a response to that text?
No, there was no response.
So after you left the waterfall, when you left the waterfall, was Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the defendant, still there?
I can't say 100% no.
But after you left the waterfall, at any point in time, did you speak to, text with, or communicate in any way, shape, or form, or see in any way, shape, or form either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
Well, again, the only person I shot the text to while I was at the house was John, but after I left the waterfall, I never saw John O'Keefe or the defendant again.
Now, when you left from the residence, and again, you're not sure what time that was?
Between 12:30 and 1 o'clock.
And do you recall who amongst the group was still at the house at the time you left?
I think I was probably the first person to leave.
So all of the other people that you've described would have still been in the house when you exited from the house?
Yes.
Now, you indicated earlier that you're familiar with Mr. Albert and his family to some extent, correct?
Yes.
You've been to his house for a graduation party for his twins, correct?
Yes.
Through that, at any point in time prior to this date, did you become aware or familiar with Brian Albert's nephew, Colin Albert?
I know the name and I know that he is one of the sons of Chris Helvey.
Are you familiar with what he looks like?
If he walked in here right now, I wouldn't know.
You would not know?
No.
And beyond the people that you described as far as seeing at 34 Fairview Road, fair to say you don't recall anybody being introduced or identified as calling out?
No.
Now, you exit from the home through the breezeway door and go over to your vehicle, is that right?
Yes.
And from the time that you would enter the home to the time now that you're exiting from the home, what, if any, change did you note as far as the weather?
Just that the weather was getting worse. The snow was picking up.
And as far as the accumulation that you had described before, as far as you could still see the blacktop and all that when you left the waterfall, what was it like when you came out of the house?
Again, I think that the streets that weren't being traveled, there was snow on them. There was coverage.
And as far as the front lawn area of the house at 34 Fairview Road, what, if any, observations did you make of that?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. As far as the snow was concerned, was the
Yes.
snow sticking to, or was it accumulating on the lawn as well?
I believe so. I mean, when I walked from the breezeway to the Jeep, there was snow on the ground.
Now, the front yard area of the house, is that something that you were looking at with any particularity or taking note of as you were walking your Jeep down the driveway?
No, it was a long day. We had been on the road. I just was looking to get home.
And so when you get to your Jeep, can you describe to the jury sort of how it was that you pulled away, or what, if anything, you recall about that process?
So I got in the Jeep, started it up, may have looked at my phone, put it in drive and started to pull away. And then I'm like, put the plow up. So I reached, I moved a couple of feet. I heard it grinding on the ground, reached for the device called the fish stick, picked it up, lifted the plow, and then drove away.
And the plow that you had affixed to the front of the Jeep, how is, I think you've talked a little bit about it, but how is that sort of controlled, and who controls that?
So the operator controls it. The mechanism to control it, again, is called a fish stick. It's on a cord and it plugs in under the dashboard. I reached down to find out, I don't know if it was on the floor or between the seats, but it's not like a joystick that's attached actually to the dashboard.
So some sort of hydraulic system, is that correct?
Yes, it's a hydraulic based.
Now, in addition to moving it sort of up and down, is there any other way that you can manipulate the blade as far as that switch is concerned?
Yeah, so if I would generally, if I'm driving around town and I'm not worried about the vehicle heating up, I just lift the plow off a couple feet off the ground. If I was on the highway, I would tilt it to get airflow.
And as far as height is concerned for that plow, if you were to lift it all the way to the top, what, if any, impact would that have with reference to your line of sight or visibility through the windshield?
Zero.
So even if it's raised all the way as far as it can go, you can still see over the top of the blade?
Yeah, if it comes even with the hood of the Jeep, I'd be surprised.
So you pull forward a couple of feet and then you lift it. About how high did you lift it when you're pulling, when you stop and then lift up?
Probably like a foot or two.
And as far as following that, you pull away from the house, is that right?
Correct.
And as you're pulling away from the house, where is your attention drawn, or what, if anything, did you see as far as when you're pulling away from the house?
Wasn't drawn to anything. I just drove away.
And when you drove away, again, during that process, did you see anything outside of the house that drew concern or your attention or anything like that?
No.
Now, as far as when you get out to your vehicle and you're driving away, were there any other vehicles on the street that you saw in the area of the residence at 34 Fairview?
I didn't see any.
And do you recall whether or not there were any tire tracks in the snow or anything that you saw when you came out to the vehicle, if you recall?
I do not recall.
Now, you leave the residence at 34 Fairview, and where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police.
And why was it that you went back to the Canton Police Station?
Well, we had traveled down for the services for those police officers, and we anticipated staying the following day. I think I had said that we left a day earlier. So I had left a key to the surveillance vehicle on top of my desk. so that somebody could move the vehicle, because a lot of times Chief Berkowitz would get after me. As a courtesy, I was parking vehicles there, sometimes my personal, but primarily my work vehicles. And one thing he asked me, just leave the vehicles in the middle of the parking lot so that snow could be cleared. So the reason for heading back there was to move those vehicles, because if I didn't do it then, I would have had to get up early and do it. And I also know they plow through the night. So that would be the reason for heading back.
Before we get a little more into that, as far as the funeral that you went to, were these people that you knew or had met or were familiar with?
No.
So you get back to the police station, and with regard to the Canton Police Station, what, if any, access did you have to the Canton PD, and sort of how did you facilitate that?
So I would describe it as a proxy card. The doors have card readers. Generally in the parking lot, when you come into the police station, you drive in, Sally ports are off to your right-hand side. There's two bay doors there. There's a pass-through door. And then over in the corner would typically where I would bury both vehicles. So if I was, typically it would be my take-home pickup truck that I described earlier, and it would be the surveillance vehicle. But if I had, that could be swapped out with one of my personal vehicles. I would leave a personal vehicle there if I took one of those two vehicles. And then for me to access into the building, the most direct door would be that pass-through door by the Sally port.
And sort of that back area, is that typically where you would park?
Yes.
And just in reference to you talk about a surveillance vehicle, that's something that you use as far as conducting surveillance and performance of your duties as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
And so fair to say that would not be something you would want to park, like, say, in front of the police station?
No.
Now, that path that you took, is that the typical path that you would take, sort of park to the back and then cut through the Sally port into the station?
Yes, that would be the route that I would go.
And if you recall, is that the route that you went on that particular early morning when you came back to the station?
I believe it is.
And when you come back to the station and you go in, where are you going within the police station when you went?
So I'm going up to I was going up to my office to grab the key for that surveillance vehicle. So when you come through that pass-through door at the Sally port, the first door would be through the booking and the holding area that directly goes into the dispatch area. But if you walk to the extreme other end, there's another door on the other end, common hallway. I'd walk down that hallway, hit a set of stairs, and I would go up that way.
Now, if I could take you back just for a second, as far as when you initially walk into the Sally port area, that's a garage, basically, correct?
Yes.
And when you come into the garage, the door that you would then enter to come into the station, where is that in relation to the door that you come from the exterior? How far away are the two?
So if you come into, I guess what you're asking, so if I come into the Sally port, immediately to the right, there's the door that goes into the holding area, booking area, and then probably it's probably 12 feet long to get to the other door.
So from where you're parking and where you come into the Sally port, it's not like you then have to walk across the garage or anything like that to get to the door into the station, is that correct?
Well, you do walk across the garage, but it's small.
And when you say small, about how far?
About 12 feet, maybe.
And so you come into the station, you go by the dispatch, is that correct?
So as I'm walking down the hallway, dispatch would be off to the right. It's a wooden door with two glass panes.
And as far as the Canton Police Station is concerned, are you familiar with, or were you aware at the time that there is sort of security and cameras and such around the station?
Yes.
You're aware that those cameras record, is that correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of any records that are generated as far as your key card access when you go through a certain door at a certain time?
Well, I've never seen those records, but it's my understanding it tracks access control.
And did you happen to go by the dispatch area specifically? And if so, do you know who was working there that night?
Newly promoted Sergeant Good, I believe. Probably. He was on midnights.
Do you have any specific recollection of seeing him there that evening or that early morning when you came by?
I believe I waved to him.
And as far as when you get to the police station, do you have how far drive is it from Fairview to the police station?
Well, I mean, the weather was picking up, so it probably took me a little bit longer to get back, but it's probably 5-10 minutes maybe.
Now, the key that you went to your office to get a key, correct?
Yes.
And why had you left the key to one of the vehicles in the office?
So as I stated earlier, I anticipated not even being back in Massachusetts, knew the storm was coming, didn't know how bad it was, but I left the key on the desk to facilitate somebody being able to move that.
And so you go to your office, you get the key, and then where did you go from there?
I go back downstairs and I move the vehicles to the center of the parking lot.
And then at some point you leave, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know about how long it was after you moved the vehicles around that you left Canton?
Not long, but I'd be guessing if I gave you a time.
And so where did you go from there?
I went back to West Roxbury.
And which vehicle that you described, which of those vehicles did you use to get from Canton PD to West Roxbury?
The Jeep Cherokee, Jeep Wrangler, sorry.
And if you know about what time was it that you got home to West Roxbury?
Could have been somewhere around 20 at 2. I'm not 100% positive.
So sometime between 1:30 and 2 a.m., is that roughly around?
Yes.
And when you get home, do you recall like what it was that you did when you got home?
Well, it was a long day. We had traveled, the traffic, it just seemed like it dragged on forever. But I think I did what I typically do after being out, having a couple of drinks. I had something else to eat, and I believe I might have had another couple of drinks and either laid on the couch or laid on my bed. And typically I would fall asleep if I was on the couch and wake up and go into the bedroom. I don't know what location I was in at that point.
Now, after you fall asleep at some point later on that morning or something, you wake up obviously at some period, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall what it was that awoke you on that morning?
I mean, for lack of better words, my phone, both my work and my personal phones were blowing up. They were going off.
And if you know about what time in the morning was that?
Probably around 6:30-ish.
And who, if anyone, as far as you look at your phones, and who, if anyone, was blowing up the phone, or who was calling you with that?
Well, I think first it was Chief Berkowitz, and then Brian Albert.
And you mentioned first it was Chief Berkowitz. Did you answer the chief's call at that time?
No.
And was that abnormal for the chief to be calling you at that time of day?
No, he's an early riser, and typically when he was working, again, we also had a friendship. He would call in the morning, kind of like checking in with each other. So I just kind of blew like, why are you calling me this early? Kind of just blew it off. But then when I saw Brian Albert calling me, like that kind of caused me some concern, because I'm like, why is he calling me? He was out with me all day yesterday. We both had the same long day, and I was concerned at that point.
And so you answer the phone from Mr. Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you learn from him, or what, if anything, did he tell you?
I'm going to sustain the objection at this point.
So you receive a call from him and you have some sort of conversation, correct?
Yes.
Now, prior to that, from the time that you got home to the time that you answered this call from Brian Albert, you recall having any phone calls or conversations with anybody during that time period?
No.
And specifically, did you talk to Brian Albert on the phone at any point between the time you left his home and the time that you woke up the next morning to his phone call?
No, I did not.
Now, the previous day, over the course of it, we're all waking up in New York and then driving home and going to the hillside and going to the waterfall and going to Mr. Albert's house. Had you and Mr. Albert communicated via cell phone, whether it be text or phone call at any point in time during the course of that day?
You mean the day before?
Yes.
Yes,
Oh, Lord.
So he was fairly recent in your contacts, is that correct?
yes.
And so as far as that phone call that you received from Mr. Albert, based on whatever information that you learned from that, what did you do then?
I got dressed and went right over to the house at 34 Fairview.
And when you left your house in West Roxbury and went back to 34 Fairview, what were you driving at that point?
I was still in the Jeep Wrangler.
And if you know about what time or so was it that you arrived back at 34 Fairview late that morning?
Maybe a little after 7.
And when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see?
I mean, I just went into the house.
As far as outside of the house, when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see outside the house?
I don't recall. Maybe a police car. I don't remember.
Now, with regard to starting with the weather, when you woke up and you were driving back to 34 Fairview, what was the weather like at that point in reference to when you had gotten home to West Roxbury the night before?
It was real bad.
And as far as when you get to the house at 34 Fairview, sometime around 7 a.m. or so, where is it that you parked in relation to the home at that point?
I might have went in the driveway. I don't remember specifically where I parked.
And as far as other vehicles there, how many other vehicles, were there more or less vehicles there that morning than there were when you were there the night before?
I couldn't say definitively.
And when you come into the house, who, if anyone, is it that you see inside the house when you get there?
So I saw Brian, I saw Nicole. Brian Jr. may have popped in and out of the same kitchen area that I was in before. Jen and Matt McCabe. And then a short time later, Julie Albert showed up.
And Julie Albert, when she showed up, what, if anything, did you observe her to have with her when she showed up?
Like box of donuts or muffins or something like that.
And as far as the house when you come in, sort of the evening before, but how would you describe sort of the mood and demeanor of the people in the house when you arrived there later on that morning, sometime around 7 or so?
People were pretty distraught.
And did you know why they were distraught?
Because John had been found on the lawn.
And is that why you had gone to the house?
Yes.
And when you received that information or were informed of that, how did you receive that information, or what, if any, impact did that have on you?
Well,
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain, you can ask it differently.
When did you first learn of Mr. O'Keefe being found on the lawn at 34 Fairview?
during the phone call at about 6:30-ish when Brian Albert, when I spoke with him.
And what was your reaction when you received that information?
It didn't make sense to me. I couldn't do the math in my head because I know John O'Keefe and the defendant never showed up. It didn't make sense.
Why did you hit him?
And so from this time that you're in the house, do you recall any sort of conversation about within the group as far as what was going on?
Objection.
Do you recall that there was a conversation?
Yes, I recall that there was conversation and it was,
Objection.
Just that.
okay.
Next question, Mr. Lally.
Now, from the time that you arrived there later on that morning, about how long a period of time were you there for?
Less than an hour.
And from there, where did you go from there?
I don't know if I went back to the police station or I went to West Roxbury. Might have been the police station.
And if you went to the police station, why would you have gone to the police station at that
Because I was still trying to put things together in my head. I was upset. Those would be the reasons.
Do you recall whether or not, bless you, do you recall whether or not you were at the police station that day?
Yes,
I'll allow it.
yes, I'm pretty sure I was there.
And do you know about how long you were there or about what time it was that you were there?
No, I couldn't say specifically.
And after you left the police station that day, where did you go from there?
At some point, I probably went back to West Roxbury. I don't specifically remember.
Now, again, from when you went, maybe a fairly simple question, but as far as you drove the Jeep Wrangler from West Roxbury back to Fairview Road that morning, correct?
Yes,
And then you drove that Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station at some point during the day?
I believe I was in that vehicle all day.
Now, at some point, a few days following this, did you have occasion to meet with some troopers from the state?
I did.
And do you recall who those troopers were?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
And were you familiar with those troopers prior to that date that you met with them?
So I was familiar with Trooper Buchanan. Evidently, I was reminded by Trooper Proctor that I had met him before. I think I helped him on a gun recovery that he made, but I didn't remember him.
And as far as you've mentioned, you know, sort of socializing with other officers from law enforcement, had you ever socialized with either Sergeant Mechanic or Trooper Proctor before?
So Trooper Proctor, no. I had seen Trooper Buchanan on a number of occasions at a local gym. I had seen him one time at the hillside. I think he might have been with his child after a sporting event. I think I said hello. I bought him a drink. But I wouldn't classify that as socializing, more being friendly. But I also, that area of responsibility, the South Shore, south of Boston, Cape and Islands, I was assigned to a group where I would interface with people in that area, and that Norfolk CPAC office would be people that over the years I've probably dealt with.
Now, when you met with him on this day, do you recall specifically what day it was?
No.
If I said February 3rd, would that sound about right? Or if you...
I would say in that area.
And when you met with them, you had a conversation with them or an interview in regard to what had transpired on the 28th and 29th, correct?
Yes.
And following sort of the substance of that interview, what, if anything, did you provide the troopers with?
I provided them with text messages that I had exchanged and had on my phone with John O'Keefe, and text messages that I had exchanged with the defendant.
Hitting on her as you were hitting
How
on
did
her.
you, in what sort of format did you provide those text messages to the troopers?
Well, they were copies, and I believe that the format would be, the way to categorize it, screenshots.
And how is it that you sort of generated these from your phone?
I consulted a coworker, it's also a friend, and he has the training with the cell phones. I told him I wanted to provide these to the state police. You know, what is the best way that I can get them off my phone and provide them to law enforcement?
And why was it that you felt it was important, or why is it that you wanted to share those?
Well, I thought it was important because I've had communication with the both of them, and I wanted to be fully transparent.
Now, with reference to either or both of those communications, with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the material that you provided to the troopers, what if anything, did you do to that material before giving it to them?
Nothing.
So as far as the material or the text that you provided to the troopers, that was what was on your phone?
Yes.
There was no deletions, no excising any material, nothing like that before you gave it to the troopers?
Oh, exactly what was on my phone, I provided to them.
And specifically, as you were providing it to them or shortly thereafter, did you have a conversation with Sergeant Buchanan in reference to that very topic? If you recall.
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall him asking you anything about as far as if this was the entirety of what you had provided?
Oh, so I think during the actual interview, he specifically asked me, are these, I would say in sum and substance, he said, you know, is this an accurate representation? Has anything been deleted? And I said, no. I mean, as with respects to the text with the defendant from the first time that she reached out to me and texted me, nothing had been deleted. As far as John's text string, we might have had older text strings that were deleted, but that was what I gave him. What I gave the troopers was exactly when I captured everything is exactly it is what it is. Everything that was on those phones was provided. Nothing was deleted.
And as far as when you provided these text communications to the troopers, was that something that they had asked for, or was that something that you volunteered?
I volunteered that to them.
And upon them sort of receiving them from you, did they have further questions beyond what they had already asked you based on what you provided?
I believe they got into other specific questions, specifically in relation to John O'Keefe and the defendant, as far as intimacy and things like that. There was more detailed questions that followed.
By who? Yes.
Did he hit him? What do you guys think?
These, thank you.
She's glaring at him. No, it's not, Carrie.
Sure, I'm going to show you two documents. One. One is 12 pages long, one is 56 pages long. You can just look at those briefly and familiarize yourself with them, look up when you can.
I don't believe a word this guy's saying.
And you recognize what those are, sir?
I'm sorry, could you say that?
Sure. My apologies. Do you recognize what those are, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those?
So those are the two documents that I provided to the troopers during the interview.
And the shorter one, who, if any, one is those communications with?
John O'Keefe,
And the longer one, about 56 pages long or so, who, if any, one of those communications?
the defendant.
Can I approach them?
Yes.
Almost introduce in a minute.
Okay. So we'll do them separately, please, so that the first 12-page one.
Why is he even bothering staring at her?
May I return both of those to the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention first to what's marked as Exhibit 103. And in that, the communications, or the text communications that you had with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
And sir, if I could turn your attention to the first sort of content within that, just in reference to what is the date of the first sort of exchange in these text communications between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe?
This is unreal, guys. I need to double layer my hat.
Wednesday, November 24th.
And in general, can you describe to the jury what that conversation was about on Wednesday, November 24th?
He basically, it's kind of hard to read, I apologize, but it looks like he's just reached out to me. He said, "What's up, pal? Where are we going to hang local? We are going to hang local. Are you drinking?"
So he's out, he's trying to see where you are and if you want to meet up.
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to the last page within those documents you have before you. So with reference to, there's some conversation on the bottom of that last page from Sunday, January 16th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you had mentioned that with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, you had been over his house on a prior occasion to watch the Patriots game, correct?
Yes.
And when was that in relation to this date that we've been talking about as far as the 28th and the 29th? How long before?
So it was the 16th.
So
Might have been the 15th into the 16th, I believe.
So that text on the 16th was either same day or the day following when you had gone over there to watch the Patriots game?
Well, with the text where I asked if I broke his nephew's toy video game would have been the next day.
Now, in reference to Mr. O'Keefe, you described that he was a friend of yours. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's
Now,
why you
where
slime his
you
girlfriend.
used to live in Canton, where was that, or how close was that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe lived on Meadows Ave?
Not far at all. Several blocks.
Now, prior to you going over there for the Patriots game, at some point, or had you been over to his home at any previous time?
So I reached out. We had inclement weather. It might have been around the beginning of January, maybe 6th to 7th. And I shot him a text and said, "Do you want me to clear the driveway for you?"
So using the same plow that you were talking about before, you had offered to clear out his driveway.
Yes.
Now, on this occasion that you go over there for the Patriots game, prior to that, had the two of you had any conversation, or had you been invited to go over there with reference to football games before?
Yes, a number of times at the hillside, I was asked, hey, we're going to watch the last half at the house. You want to come by? Things like that. Yes.
And had you ever taken Mr. O'Keefe up on any of those prior invitations to come by the house and watch?
No.
And so on this particular game, do you recall why it was that you took him up on it this time and went over?
Well, I felt bad. I had never been over there. I've been asked repeatedly. I knew it was probably going to be the last game for the season. And I had also independently got a text of an invite from John himself, and then also from the defendant independently.
Now, in reference to you thinking it was going to be the last game of the season, do you recall, like, was it a regular season game, playoff game? Who were they playing? Do you recall any of that?
I think it might have been the Bills. I don't know if it was the playoffs or it was just another game to me, but I knew it was probably going to be the last game.
And so if you recall that evening, about what time was it that you stopped by Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Oh, it was like just before the game ended, not long after.
So pretty far into the second half of the game by the time you arrived.
Oh, yeah.
And in addition to Mr. O'Keefe, who, if anyone else, was at the house when you met?
I believe Chris Curran and his wife might have been there at one point. I think maybe the wife left, but he stayed. I believe maybe Mr. Curran, never met him before. I think they introduced him as Mr. Curran's brother. And then John's nephew. And I don't know if his niece was there. She might have been in the other room.
And the defendant, Ms. Reed, was she there as well?
Yes.
And as far as the Currans are concerned, are those people you're familiar with, and how do you know?
Again, the hillside. I met them there, and I believe through John O'Keefe.
How well did you know them at that point?
Not very well.
Now, you mentioned that John's nephew was there. Had you ever met him before?
No.
And what, if any, interaction did you have with his nephew?
We were playing video games together.
And so the text, if I could direct your attention back to the text communications before you with Mr. O'Keefe on that last page. Specifically, there's text that exchanged between the two of you on Sunday, January 16th, correct?
I see the text.
That's about 9:30 in the morning, is that correct?
You hit him,
Mr.
didn't
Wiley,
you?
on this last page, which one is it? 1, 2, or 3?
About the middle of the page.
Can you repeat that again?
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
God, Lolly. Good God, Lolly.
Yeah, it's a little difficult to read. I apologize.
I would direct your attention to right about there where it says Sunday, January 16th. You see that, sir?
Yes.
And that indicates about 9:33 in the morning.
Yes, I see it.
And if you could read from that text exchange, and if you can indicate sort of who's talking or who's saying it.
It says TF, hurting like this in 10 years. Haha. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who's saying that.
Not sure who's hurting and who's saying haha.
Well, I know I was definitely hurting that morning. But I'm not sure who was saying that.
And what, if any, other communication is there later on in the same chain?
All right, I see John. Was it necessary to introduce Hennessy XO? Was I really playing video games? That would have been me. And then it says, I blame Karen. Yup. And then I said, please tell me I didn't break your nephew's video game. If I did, I'll replace it. Did I throw a controller or some shit? And then it says, I don't think so. WTF, I'm hurting. How can you guys not be still in bed?
Is that the end of that?
And then
The conversation?
it appears to be, yeah. Yes.
Then the next conversation begins on what's indicated as Saturday, 12:20 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it your recollection that that was January 29th?
Yes.
And is that the message that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe while you were in the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes. I said, are you coming here with followed by 3 question marks?
And again, Mr. O'Keefe, based on your recollection and based on the records you have before, you never responded to that text. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you never saw him after that, correct?
Never again, no.
I approach just to retrieve your honor.
Until you hit him. Until you hit him. More likely you, buddy. You were sliming your friend's girlfriend.
Yes. Sure, still free to stand up and speak.
What a gross, gross human. This is something else. Oh, I hope Jackson gets a go at this guy. I really hope it's Jackson. Why do they all seem to want to throw venom at Karen? I can only think of one real reason. Honestly, I can only think of one reason. The venom that Jennifer McCabe spewed? Oh, Lordy. Well, I thought he was, but I could be wrong. Sounding like maybe not. Yeah, good question. Is Brian Higgins married? Oh, that's quite the top there, girl. All this stuff that's coming out. And they're doing their best to go after her due to many other reasons. And it's not for hitting John O'Keefe. They're doing whatever they can. So do I. There has been not one thing here that has ever shown that Karen Reed has done this. I've been waiting for it. I've been waiting for it. It's not coming. Please let John O'Keefe. Yeah, look at how Karen's people are all dressed. Suits, all dressed appropriate. And then look at that mess on the other side. So Turtle Boy was in court yesterday trying to get his case hurried up because he's not liking not being able to go into this courtroom. So he needs that witness tampering dealt with. Yeah, all dressed appropriate. Yes, this is a smear campaign on a level I have never witnessed. It's true, Ruthie. It's pretty harsh to see. Only one witness had testimony pertaining to Karen's guilt, and you could tell she was lying. Karen's parents, I mean, they've got to be sick. Not so much. Not so much. They're just saying drunk. Drunk and arguing, something along those lines. Oh, her poor family. Boxer turned on the fair fight. Smart as always. Yeah, there was talk of that, but it didn't look like it was going to be that night because they seem pretty friendly. Oh, it's true. Just imagine if Karen Reed did not have the money to hire decent lawyers, she would be effed. But it doesn't sound like John was overly happy with this guy either, because he was coming at him about a toy. So ultimately, was it about a toy, or was it the fact that this guy's sliming his girlfriend? And I mean, if they were going to break up, that's not enough motive in my mind. I broke up with a lot of people I've never been backed up on. Lordy, lordy. Lordy, lordy. Well, you see, that's the thing. What the hell is that all about with Colin? They're saying that there's actual video out there of him in a fight. I'm not sure. I've seen her different testimony, and she's in tears. How you doing, Dandy? Good morning. Good morning. I've seen her in tears a few times. Yep. A kiss or something in the basement. Now, was it this guy? Maybe. I mean, I think she's gross. Yeah, they're how do you win against a bunch of cops? They stick together, blue on blue. All rise. Good morning to you. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Friday. Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. Hubby's birthday today, so we're going to be going out for supper, back to the golf course. Prime rib dinner coming our way. Oh, please let it Jackson that goes after this guy. Oh, right. Out for the summer? I thought it was spring break. Oh, Lordy.
All right, so we'll be in recess.
We're in recess now. All righty then. Let me just go up here a bit. Picture of my Christmas card. The pastures. There we go. Right?
And Mr. Lally, if you're going to start, are you going to start right with messages?
Yeah, sure.
All right, folks, be mindful of the instruction I've given you on digital evidence on what you have to find before you consider them. Also, I want to tell you that what you're going to hear or see is testimony about certain statements allegedly made by the defendant. You're to view those statements solely for the limited purpose of the defendant's state of mind, as it might go to the nature of the relationship with John O'Keefe and potential motive. Okay. All right, Mr. Lally, go right ahead.
You're letting her
May I approach
them
the witness?
smear
Yes.
her. You're letting them smear her. Why?
Series of documents.
Why are they allowing them to just smear
In
her?
general, do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
What do you recognize those to be?
Text messages between the defendant and I.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth to move to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No, not as the next exhibit. We are going to mark that 104A.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes. 103A.
I think the others were marked 103.
John O'Keefe's texts were 103. So it's 104A. And jurors, you'll have both exhibit 104 with you that was a little bit difficult to read. What we've taken all this time for as counsel was great to work out a form that is much clearer for you to be able to read, and that will be attached or right with exhibit 104. Okay.
So much.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Higgins, first, Your Honor, may I request permission to publish the video on the screen?
Yes.
Starting with page number 1, Ms. Gilman.
You just came here and heard it. You want more? Are you serious? That was really gross, Lizzie. Only do that with around your dad.
Now, Mr. Higgins, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit 104A?
Yes.
And as you just mentioned, these are text messages between yourself and Ms. Reed, is that correct?
Yes.
And on what dates did you first receive any communication from Ms. Reed?
January 12th, 2022.
And prior to that, had you had her number or did she have your number as far as you were aware?
No.
You had never communicated to her via cell phone or any other means prior to January 12th, 2022?
No, I had not.
So initially you received a text on that date from an unknown number, is that correct?
Yes.
And from the text before you and what's up on the screen, as far as there are gray bubbles on the left, blue bubbles on the right, which is you and which is Ms.
The blue bubbles would belong to myself.
So the other bubbles would be Ms. Reed, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so that initial communication you received on January 12th, 2022, that's about 8:27 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the content of the message that you received?
You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Hey, Brian, it's Weed Whacker.
And how did you respond to that?
Question mark.
And if it's helpful to you, sir, if you can't see the screen sort of from where you are, you can read along in the exhibit before you.
Okay.
Now, as far as that communication is concerned, is the Weed Whacker, what, if any, meaning did that have to you or
So ultimately it was based off a interaction with the defendant, kind of a nickname that she adopted.
And how did that nickname sort of come to be, or what, if anything, transpired between the two of you that led to that?
So I was leaving, I believe, my residence one day in Canton, traveling down Pleasant Street. I saw the defendant along the side of the house on the Pleasant Street side using a weed whacker. And I gave kind of a beep of the horn, and the defendant gave me the finger. So I realized that she clearly must not have recognized me possibly because of what I was driving. I was in my work vehicle. So I spun the vehicle around, and as I pulled up to roll down the window, she said something to the effect, "Get the fuck away from me. My husband's a Boston cop." And then I rolled down the window more, and she clearly recognized me, who I was in that vehicle.
And did that become sort of a recurring theme in subsequent conversations that you had with Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 6 within that exhibit before you.
They're not numbered, right, Mr. Lally?
I'm sorry?
They're not numbered? Is your copy numbered?
No, Your Honor. Not that I can see.
They're not, so be cognizant of that when you ask questions.
Your Honor, I believe they are. That's why I hesitated. It's sort of in the middle of the page, facing sideways.
Oh, my apologies. I have it now. Very small.
So just on this page, directing your attention to the bottom, it sort of goes on to the next date of January 13th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I could direct your attention to page 7 of those text messages. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have page 7 on the screen. And sir, if you could read from page 7, and if you could just indicate who's speaking and what is being said in this communication.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. I said, "Ha, how did you get my digits?" Defendant responded, "The Melissa and Lito show." I said, "Ha, I thought you creeped John's phone." I said, "Ha, again." Defendant responded, no way. I was the last person in Greater Canton who didn't have your number. I think even Kerry has it. I responded, what, with a bunch of question marks. I said, I just don't give my personal number out to anyone. How would Kerry have my number with a bunch of question mark? And the defendant responded, Melissa had it.
As far as in those communications, the reference the defendant makes to the Melissa and Vito show, do you know what that means?
The two individuals that I also know from the hillside.
And the Kerry person that she refers to, do you know who that is?
I believe that's Kerry Curran, Chris Curran's wife.
Now, if I could direct your attention to page 9. And it's going to find that page 9. And again, sir, if you could read from page 9 as far as that conversation goes, and just indicates whom is speaking at different points.
Okay, so the defendant said, I'd prefer a weed whacker. I responded, that's the thing about nicknames. Defendant said, we were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show, wanted to see if you were game. I responded, you don't have a say. And I believe I was referring to nicknames. And I said, vacation where? Defendant responded, I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in, I believe it was supposed to say Fort Lauderdale. It's abbreviated. Something quick and easy. I said, Defendant responded, I'm the queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I responded, I'm going to Nashville next month, 19 to 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come.
As far as either one of those trips that you were discussing, do you recall any further discussion or any going on any of those trips?
Well, I mean, I definitely went to Nashville for that benefit for one of my coworkers. There may have been more conversation about the Florida trip, but I can't specifically recall it.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 16 in this gentleman, if I could have that. And this is on that same date of January 13th, is that correct?
I believe so. The date's not at the top here, but I believe it is.
And again, sir, if you could read from that page of communication as far as who was speaking and what was said.
So there's a photograph of somebody with a weed whacker. The defendant said, no, you're not a creep. I said, nope. She said, you're kind of a loner, which I used to be. I responded, no, not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I'm tight with. So you think you got me figured out? And then I typed circle of trust in quotes.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next page, number 17. And it's coming, if I could have that. And again, sir, if you could read from page 17 as far as what is said and who is talking.
So the defendant said, yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people, PPL, people abbreviated. You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young. And I responded, he died in March of 2020. I'm so not a loser. You won't figure me out. LOL. Defendant responded, no one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry that that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? I responded, cancer. Defendant responded, I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them and you are private and observant. I'm sorry, what kind? I responded, lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, page 18. And again, sir, if you could read from that.
In the blue bubbles is me. I said, "You're funny." Defendant responded, "Yikes. Wow, that's rough. Jesus, I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside." I responded, "Don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out." Then I said, "Who chats?" ? Defendant responded, "Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat." I responded, "That's all you got? We chat?" "Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out." Defendant responded, "You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting to lock the door." I said, "Oh, she has been out of play like for 3 months now." And then I believe it starts to say "out of rotation?" ?
And then, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 20. And again, sir, if you could read from that.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. I said, "I just got a Saturday invite." The defendant said, "Did you say yes?" ? I said, "Not yet," with a bunch of periods, but did respond. Defendant said, "What did you say, Mr. Elusive?" I responded, "No, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Ha, I'm shy." The defendant responded, "We prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. I'm inviting you." And I said, ha.
Now, sir, is that the Saturday night that's being referenced there? Is that the same night that you had gone over to the home at some point for the Patriots game?
Yes.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, page 21.
Yes.
And again, if you could read from that page.
The defendant said, "John said Brian's being wishy-washy now," in quotes. I responded, ha, did you tell him you texted me? The defendant responded, "No." And then I gave a thumbs up. Then I said, "You cranky now?" ? Defendant said, "No, just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other." I said, "Name a few." Defendant said, "Name a few? I don't know. All of them? ? They all want to hang out with single people." And then I said,
Thank you. Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 26.
responded, "You stink." I said, "You suck and you're double trouble." Defendant responded, "You're hot." I responded, "Are you serious or messing with me?" Defendant responded, "No, I'm serious." I responded, "Failing is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that?" Defendant responded, "Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here?" I responded back, "I'm fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question." And then it starts to say, defendant said, "Rather you stay here."
And is that, to your memory, when is that text exchange taking place? In reference to the night that you went over to the Okies.
I believe it was that night.
Now, at Mr. O'Keefe's house on that particular evening, do you recall how you came into the house?
I believe it might have been the front door.
And if you know, about how long were you at Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
I was probably one of the last people to leave, I think.
And what, if anything, happened as you were exiting from Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
So as I was exiting the house, it was either through the breezeway or the garage. And as we were walking out, the defendant planted a kiss on me.
Now, before you went out that way, where was Mr. O'Keefe? Did you say goodbye to him or anything like that?
I think I said goodbye to him. He might have been in the bathroom. I'm not 100% positive where he was.
And when you went to leave, which exit from the house were you headed to initially?
Well, as I said, I don't remember exactly if it was the breezeway or the garage. I was starting to walk through, but whichever way I started to exit, the defendant told me to go a different way.
And which way did the defendant tell you to go?
Well, her way. I honestly can't tell you which door that was. If it was either the breezeway or the garage.
And as you were going out, again, I'm sorry, what happened?
The defendant kissed me.
And how did she kiss you?
Not like a friend.
Lip to lip, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Like a romantic.
That's the way I interpreted it.
And were you still inside the house at the time that this occurred, or were you outside the house?
Not sure if we had just got to the outside or not. It might have. I'm not sure if it was close proximity to leaving.
And what was your reaction to that?
I was taken back.
Was that something that you were expecting?
No.
And about how long was it between when the defendant kissed you and when you left?
Oh, almost immediately.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention back to the exhibit before you on page number 27.
Yes.
Again, sir, if you could read from that page and who's speaking.
So I'm in the blue bubbles, and I said, I think you're messing with me. The defendant said, why do you think that? I responded, because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? Defendant responded, I just think you're like me. I said, meaning? ? Defendant said, do you have your own kids? I said, I have no kids. How am I like you? ? Hello? And defendant responded, aren't we alike? I responded, I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? And I think the defendant put a ? on that bubble, I believe. Or I might have, I don't know.
Now, that conversation as far as you asking her about why she reached out to you, how often was that question asked by you through the course of these types of communications?
Well, the extent of the actual communication via text between the defendant and I was between January 12th and January 29th when John passed. On the 28th and 29th, the 28th, I sent a text, as we spoke about before when we were at the waterfall. That text didn't respond. There was a text sent by the defendant to me the next day. So in that time period between the 12th and the 29th, there was 9 days that the defendant and I exchanged text messages. With that being said, those text messages, I don't believe were every day, consecutive days. There was 9 days in between the 12th and the 29th.
And so as far as that questioning, as far as posing to her, why did she reach out to you? Was that something that you asked once or more than once?
Yeah, I asked it more than once. And during the pendency of this communication, I was basically trying to suss out what the intentions were of the defendant. Was the defendant interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? Was she trying to weaponize me against John and put me in the middle? There was numerous things that were going on. And that's what I was trying to vet out or suss out or whatever you want to call it. But I was having a hard time accepting what was happening.
Whatever. You're a pig.
Sir, if I could direct you to the next page, page 28.
What a pig.
And again, sir, if you could read from that page.
So I'm in the blue bubbles. shoot straight with me. Defendant responded, I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Couple question marks. I responded, yes, agree. Now what? Defendant responded, I don't know. I said, shouldn't you know? Defendant responded, do you like me? I said, yes, from jump. Defendant said, when was jump? I said, first time I saw you. Defendant responded, when was that? I said, Hillside for your sure.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 29. If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Hillside for sure. When were you interested? Defendant responded, I don't know, you're just my type. I responded, you think you can handle me? I thought you were happy, question mark. Defendant responded, how do you know if I'm happy? I said, I just assumed. Defendant responded, are you hard to handle? I may have put a question mark. Then I said, what do you like about me? Defendant responded, I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. I said, yes, yeah, ditto. Defendant responded, and I think you're hot.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, page 30.
Unreal. Good friend. Good friend.
If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
Even worse when it's a friend.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. Defendant responded, what? I responded that you're hot, smart, witty, but I didn't think you were interested. Defendant responded, witty? I responded, yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Defendant responded, just thought we were the same / from the same neighborhood. I responded, are you afraid to say what's on your mind? What's in your mind? And then I said, on. Defendant responded, no, didn't I? No, didn't I? Question mark.
And sir, if I could turn your attention, to the next page, 31, and ask you to read from that.
I'm glad I'm in the blue bubble again. I'm glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Defendant responded, yeah, I was basically begging you. I responded, you don't have to beg me. I meant to say beg. Defendant responded, huh? I said, I will give you what you want. How are you texting right now? And I said, leaving me hanging. Defendant responded, no. I typed kids and then kinda. Defendant responded, how am I texting? And I began to say, is everyone asleep?
As far as the communication from the defendant indicating, yeah, I was basically begging you, what did you take that to mean?
That she wanted me to come over?
And if I could turn your attention to the next page, 32.
Good God, Lolly.
If I could ask you to read from that page as well.
So it starts off with the defendant saying, I just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I said, I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Question mark. Defendant said, yes, you should have. I responded, that would have been distracting. So now what? So no, what? And then I said, now. Defendant said, now what? Question mark. I responded, balls in your court. Defendant said, what do you want? I responded, loaded question. What do you want? Question mark.
Good.
Defendant responded, I asked you, exclamation point. I in turn said, nope, you initiated this.
Oh, you're
If I could turn your
bad.
attention to the next page, 33.
This is looking bad
I
for
could ask you to
him.
read from that, sir.
I said, spit it out. I'm in the blue bubbles. Defendant said, hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. I responded, don't you have a boyfriend? Question mark. Defendant responded, where?
Okay, so this is live. We are back. Is that any better? Still no sound, guys? Nope. Is that any better? Is it still silent, guys?
Sure. So at the time and currently, there's 36 treatment rooms in the main ER. A lot of hallway
Is that any better, guys?
stretchers as well. There's also an express care kind of area, but for the purposes of this conversation, 36 beds in the main ER.
Okay.
Staffing wise,
stuff.
there'd be
Thank you.
anywhere between 4 to 5 and 12 nurses. And for the purposes of this discussion, it would have been 2 docs on, it's either 6 to 2 or 6 to 3 p.m., but the shift would have started at 6 a.m. as I recall.
And on that date at Good Samaritan, do you recall becoming involved with a treatment of a patient by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. If you could just take a look at that and look up when you're finished.
You want me to look through each page or just acknowledge that?
Just as far as, do you recognize what that document is?
Yes, of course.
And what do you recognize that to be?
So it looks like is a transcription or a copy of the medical chart that I would have produced or dictated. And on the front page is also a, it's called like a code sheet, which the nurses would have put together and I would have signed off on, detailing what resuscitative efforts, as in the specific details and timing of the resuscitative efforts that were performed on Mr. O'Keefe's behalf.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness hold on to that during the course of this testimony?
Yes.
And Your Honor, what I would seek to introduce in a minute, the next exhibit would be a redacted copy of those same records.
Okay. Is there any objection?
Your Honor, if we could just review those.
Okay. Here you go, doctor. This is for you.
Thanks.
SS identification.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Lally, I'll let you hold on to what's been marked SS for identification.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Rice, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, about what time did he come into your facility at Good Samaritan?
Would you like me to look at the chart here? Let's see.
If you can't remember things and you need to reference the chart, you can do that, Doctor.
Okay, thanks. So it looks like, based on the code sheet, first line starting at 0647, so I'll say 6:47 a.m.
And as far as his presentation, Mr. O'Keefe's presentation, when he came into the emergency department, how would you describe his presentation upon his arrival there?
So he would have been, well, he was unresponsive and intubated, as in with a breathing tube into his airway via his mouth.
And as he came into the emergency department, what, if anything, was fixed to him in regard to CPR or other resuscitative efforts?
So he would have had CPR in progress. And also someone would have been ventilating his lungs via the endotracheal tube.
Now, there's mention within that record as far as a cardiac arrest. Is that correct?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't understand what you're asking me.
Sure. Let me just ask you, familiar with the term cardiac arrest?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury, based on your training and experience, what your understanding of that term is?
Sure. So as in he arrived with in cardiac arrest, which by definition means that his heart was not autonomously or independently pumping blood, or in his case, without electrical activity as well of the heart.
And are you familiar with another term called perfusion?
Yes.
And can you explain what perfusion is and how that relates to the condition of cardiac arrest?
Sure. So, for example, you and I right now, because our heart is autonomously, pumping blood, the heart is the pump and responsible for pushing blood throughout your body, therefore perfusing your body. In a scenario like this, where a patient is in cardiac arrest or asystole, or as in not having any electrical activity in his heart or mechanical activity of his heart, the perfusion that is happening is by CPR, as in the chest being pushed upon, indirectly is, you call it maybe indirectly pumping or moving blood flow. So there is perfusion, but in a significantly limited compared to someone not in cardiac arrest.
And as far as that perfusion process is concerned, what, if any, relation does that have to the organs within the body?
Well, so, if your perfusion is limited, then your organs are not getting the normal amount of blood flow and therefore oxygen and all the other nutrients that your blood is providing. So your organs will begin the process of failure.
You use the term in there as far as asystole. Could you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
Sure. So asystole would be when you put the electrical leads on a patient's heart. The complete absence of intrinsic electrical activity from the heart would be asystole. So as in not having any observable or detectable electrical activity would be asystole.
Now, as far as these conditions, as far as cardiac arrest and asystole, what, if any, concerns does that raise from a diagnostic perspective in relation to Mr. O'Keefe?
I guess your question with respect to it from a diagnostic perspective, I don't know exactly what you're asking me there.
Let me rephrase that. So with regard to those conditions that are observed and noted within the medical chart from Mr. O'Keefe that you have before you,
how would that relate to his condition or sort of how he's presenting and what if anything you're doing treatment-wise?
Well, so even with good CPR, the perfusion of the brain, for example, and this is what I think about frequently during resuscitative efforts like this, as in, I couldn't tell you an exact time, but there's a certain, without perfusion of the brain for a certain amount of time, you're limited with respect to, the concern is that the patient, even if you resuscitate their body, that there's potentially going to be brain death or anoxia or lack of oxygen to the brain, and a poor outcome with respect to neurological outcome.
Now, as far as the resuscitative efforts are concerned, is there any sort of standard sort of resuscitative protocols that would be undergone with someone who presents as Mr. O'Keefe did?
Yes.
And can you explain what those are?
So, you know, in broad terms, there's ACLS, which is Advanced Cardiac Life Support. That's an algorithm that through medical training, you know, I've learned and is frequently, the algorithm can be adjusted. There's also a TLS for trauma patients. So there's an algorithm there with respect to resuscitation or guidelines, I guess, with respect to resuscitation.
And within those sort of guidelines or protocols, are you familiar with a medication called epinephrine?
Yes.
And how would epinephrine play into sort of the treatment or the diagnosis of Mr. O'Keefe?
So, you know, in the time that I've been practicing, epinephrine is probably the only medication or drug that has persistently been in the ACLS pathway. It's adrenaline, so the idea is loosely that you're attempting to affect upon the heart itself more squeeze, as in more pressure, and also to increase the potential, or if there is electrical activity, to increase the amplitude of that electrical function at the cellular level.
Now, in addition to the cardiac arrest and the asystole, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, presentation did he have related to hypothermia?
So I know his initial temperature was low. I'd have to look, but I can see here that the nursing wrote in their notes that his, I see T equals 80.1 R. So I interpret that to be his temperature was 80.1 degrees by rectal temperature.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of your understanding as far as hypothermia, what is it and how does that present itself?
So, you know, as it pertains to this case, there's a few ways to get hypothermic. If I, at 12:20, were to have a cardiac arrest right now and stop perfusing, my current temperature, my current temperature, I'm guessing, is 98.6, right? The normal temperature. Without perfusion, the body will lose, or excuse me, the core temperature will decrease over time. The specifics of that I couldn't, or beyond my knowledge and training, but does that answer your question?
Yes. And so as far as hypothermia is concerned, is there a certain sort of baseline or what is sort of the typical temperature under which someone would be declared sort of hypothermic or treated as?
I don't know if I could give you a definition of medically what a quote diagnosis of hypothermia. I couldn't tell you a number. I can tell you that 80 qualifies as hypothermia, but I couldn't tell you a number under which that definition applies.
But the temperature that Mr. O'Keefe presented with certainly fits within those parameters, is that correct?
Yes, 80 degrees is very cold.
And as far as resuscitative efforts as they pertain to the core body temperature or the low core body temperature of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, was done with relation to treatment of that?
Sure. So as the nursing note mentions, there's a bear hugger was applied. So that's a blanket that has warmed air being pumped through it. So that's a way of externally warming someone. He also, having reviewed the chart earlier, I don't see it right in front of you. Actually, I take that back. He had warm IV fluids running. So IV fluids not at room temperature, as in a warm or an oven of sorts, would have been given to him via intravenous or central venous access.
And as far as the body temperature is concerned, what if any relationship does the body temperature have and the warming process have as to a declaration of deceased in relation to Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, so there's a goal in resuscitative medicine to attempt to rewarm a body. Loosely, the idea being that the heart, among other organs, will function better or function at all in a warmer environment. That's one goal of resuscitation. With him, as I recall, despite resuscitative efforts for approximately half an hour, there was not a significant warming of his core temperature.
And so, sir, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, at some point, was he pronounced deceased by yourself?
Yes.
And do you see any indication within the chart as to what time that was?
Sure. I'll just need this moment here. According to my note, it looks like the time of death was, death declaration was 7:50 in the morning.
Is that 50 or 15?
50.
Now, as far as the observations that you made as far as a systole and the cardiac arrest, did that persist throughout the course of your treatment of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Now, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Let me just see that document.
Mm-hmm.
Direct your attention to what's the fourth page in, bottom of it says 2 of 4, and I direct your attention to the top of that page. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
And as far as this is sort of a listing of observations, or well, let me ask you, can you describe what is listed at the top of that page there?
Sure. So this would have been the physical exam documentation of my note. So, with respect to the head, it says, excuse me, the first word is other, which I believe is a function of the computer system. As in, I typed in there right superior orbital ridge region, approximately 7 millimeter laceration, and then with surrounding soft tissue swelling / contusion.
So if I could just stop you there, as far as what you're talking about with the right superior orbital ridge region, could you
explain to the jury or demonstrate to the jury?
Sure. So the orbital ridge is the bone above your eye that you can, like where your eyebrow is or should, would normally be.
And as far as the other sort of things that you noted over the course of your physical exam or review of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything else of note, did you observe?
Well, according to my note, the only other kind of observations other than would be that he had breath sounds present bilaterally. I observed that he was pulseless. His abdominal exam was atraumatic on my chart, and then extremity exam or musculoskeletal exam, I wrote that he had superficial abrasions on the right forearm.
And from a medical perspective, when you use that term abrasions, so can you explain to the jury what you understand the term abrasions to mean?
Yeah, I use it as a medical synonym for scratches, if you will.
And under neuro or neurological, there's a listing as far as a GC3, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you explain what that is and what that means?
So GC is what I charted. What I intended to write there was GCS, which is a Glasgow Coma Scale, which is a scoring system to identify someone's level of consciousness or unresponsiveness.
And as far as the three, where does the scale start? Where does it go to, and where does the three fit in?
So there's three components: verbal function, motor function, and eye or ocular function. And someone who's completely unresponsive, as in no motor, no verbal, and no eye movement or function, completely unresponsive, the lowest you can get on the scale is 3.
Thank you, sir. May I approach just to retrieve?
Yes.
Now, later on over the course of that same morning, did you have occasion to become involved in the treatment of another patient by the name of Karen Reed?
Yes.
And may I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you another document, just ask you to look at that. To the extent you can recognize it and look up whenever you finish. In general, sir, do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
Or what do you recognize it to be?
The first part I recognized would have been the medical record or medical note with respect to Miss Reed, who was also a patient that morning.
Thank you. Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit or redact a copy of those records.
Regarding no objections, subjects to the redactions.
Thank you.
Exhibit 106. Thank you.
Now, sir, if you know, about what time was it that Miss Reed came into the emergency department at Good Samaritan that morning?
I mean, I can tell you from this chart, it looks like that her, at least the first posted vital signs were from 7:51, 5:1 in the morning.
And
In reference to Ms. Reed, what is it that she came into Good Samaritan in regard to? Why was she there?
I'd have to review Daisy's note, so
Well, let me ask you this, sir. Was it in reference to section 12? Do you recall?
yes.
And with regard to section 12, patients that come in regard to that, what kind of involvement do you have, or who, if anyone, do you work with in regard to those types of patients?
Sure. So section 12, I would define as involuntary detention of a person, usually for a mental health concern, whether that's self-harm or harm to others, or if someone who's afflicted with a schizophrenia or psychosis, members of the public can bring someone to or the police or members of the public can bring someone to the hospital on a section 12, which again, involuntarily detains them for evaluation.
And in addition to yourself, is there other staff? You mentioned that there were physician's assistants or nurses that were working. How much involvement would you typically have with someone who comes in on that kind of prognosis or diagnosis?
I would say, to answer your question, my involvement is variable and dependent a lot of times on what that nurse practitioner or physician assistant feels like they need or want my involvement to be.
And what kind of involvement would you have as far as when someone comes in with that kind of issue? What is sort of the typical protocol or policies that a Good Samaritan would undergo with reference to that patient? What are you doing with reference to the patient when they arrive?
I'm sorry, I think I don't really understand what the question is.
No, understood. Let me rephrase that. So with regard to a patient coming in on a section 12, what happens with that person once they present in the ER?
So whether they're evaluated by me or a nurse practitioner or physician assistant, if that person feels like, based on their evaluation, that they need a mental health consult or evaluation, then they would have that initiated, as well as what we do for a lot of patients, or all patients' vital signs, and sometimes blood work as well.
And when it comes to that sort of blood work or assay, as far as what's being done with someone who comes in with that kind of report, what is sort of being tested and what is being looked at as far as the blood work is concerned?
Well, there's a few reasons to get blood work, but in general, part of the evaluation is, with respect to the medical presentation, to make sure there's no medical emergencies present, in addition to whatever the mental health concern may be. There's also blood work drawn with respect to disposition, as far as some people, for example, it would be inappropriate to have a mental health evaluation if, for example, I were intoxicated on alcohol and my alcohol level were elevated, because I think the idea is that you're not getting, a true representation maybe of what's going on.
So am I correct in that someone presents and then there's sort of you medically clear that person as far as any sort of injuries or anything like that first?
I wouldn't say first necessarily. I think a lot of times these processes happen in parallel.
So in parallel, you have the medical clearance and then sort of psychological clearance as well?
Sometimes, yes.
And then sort of involved in both of those, there would be blood drawn and reference to the section 12, as far as a typical one would be looking for sort of alcohol and drugs of abuse, things of that nature.
I mean, I'm hesitant to answer yes because of the word typical, because I wouldn't say there's really a typical presentation with respect to mental health presentations in the ER.
And from your memory and or your review of the chart, was that done as far as the blood work done with regard to Ms. Reed on this day?
Are you asking me if blood work was drawn?
Yes.
I believe so. I have to double check. So yes, it looks like there was blood work drawn.
And among the things that were tested within the facility, within Good Samaritan, was the alcohol screen. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is the result of that alcohol screen that's contained within those records?
Going on.
Do I answer or no?
Yes.
So it looks like 93.93. I'd have to maybe look deeper in the chart to tell you the units of that measurement. I don't want to guess. So the answer to your question, 93.
Can I approach this briefly on?
Yes.
I just. I'm directing your attention to a easy tap portion of that.
Sure.
Do you see the units that 93 contained within that record, sir?
So yes, it looks like it's milligrams per deciliter.
Thank you, sir. May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Little?
Good afternoon.
Hi.
You testified that you treated Ms. Reed when she arrived at the hospital on January 29th, correct?
I don't know if I testified that I treated her, but I was involved in her care. Yes.
You actually wrote the reports regarding her care, correct?
That is not correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the report?
The report, I believe we're talking about the note, the emergency room note was written by a nurse practitioner.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at some additional reports from January 29th?
Sounds like you want to show me some reports, so sure.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
Is your recollection refreshed? Do you recall treating Ms. Reed on January 29th?
I do not.
Do you recall writing a report that has your name, Justin Rice, on it from January 29th?
No, it depends what you define report as. To best answer your, well, do I recall writing this note? No. Is that what your question was?
So is it your testimony that do you recall treating Ms. Reed at all?
No, I don't.
Do you recall actually ordering her blood in this case?
No.
Do you recall sending it out to the labs at all?
No.
As you sit here today, you don't know who collected the blood?
That's correct.
You don't know who packaged the blood?
That would also be a fair assessment, yes.
And you don't know who submitted that to the lab?
Correct.
And it wasn't you. correct?
I can confidently say that I did not collect blood work. Yeah, I did not do that.
Okay. You testified that you treated Mr. O'Keefe upon arrival on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Did a firefighter ever approach you on the morning of January 29th and tell you that he had information suggesting that the victim had been struck by a vehicle?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I do not.
So if a firefighter indicated that he informed you that he had information suggesting that Mr. O'Keefe had been in some sort of vehicular accident, that's something that you would have included in your report, correct?
I don't know if that's a fair assumption.
But as you sit here today, you have no recollection whatsoever of anyone telling you that the victim had appeared to be in some sort of car accident, correct?
Well, I think, I don't have it in front of me, but I think my note that I prepared for Mr. O'Keefe states that per EMS for.
Sorry,
Dr. Rice, you have no record. Apologies.
So I don't think he finished his answer.
So I think that what I was trying to say, right, was that on my note, it says per EMS report. So one of the medics, as in one of the folks on the ambulance who brought Mr. O'Keefe in, again, I'm not right in front of my note, but as I recall, it said something to the effect of per EMS report, the patient may have been struck by a vehicle.
Well, can I show you a copy of that report?
Please.
Yes.
You can take a look at that.
All right. So,
I'll ask the question. Is your recollection
course.
refresh?
yes.
Is there anywhere on that report that says that the patient came in and there was a statement by EMS that the victim appeared to have been struck by a vehicle?
Just give me a moment to read through the.
Sure.
So no, there is not.
In fact, there's no mention of a vehicle whatsoever, correct?
That's correct.
Dr. Rice, did you observe Mr. O'Keefe's injuries when he arrived at the hospital that morning?
I guess you'd have to define what observe injuries means.
Well, during the course of your treatment, did you inspect him for injuries?
So, yes.
You testified that you observed certain abrasions and scratches on his right arm, correct?
Yes.
Aside from his injuries to his right arm, and I believe you described sort of laceration above his eye, John O'Keefe did not have a single other injury on his body from the neck down, correct?
I don't know if that's fair to say.
Well, you didn't report a single injury to his shoulders, correct?
Correct.
You did not report a single injury to his chest, correct?
Correct.
You did not report a single injury to his torso, correct?
Correct.
You did not report a single injury to his back, correct?
Correct.
You also did not report a single injury to his ribs, correct?
Correct.
No injury to his hips, right?
Correct.
You observed no injury to his knees, correct?
I reported no injuries to his knees. Correct.
No injuries to his shins, correct?
Correct.
No injuries to his ankles, right?
Correct.
And no injuries to his feet.
Correct.
From the neck down, he did not have a single broken bone, right?
I don't know if that's a fair assessment or statement.
You certainly didn't notate in your report that he had any broken bones from the neck down, correct?
No, I did not. I'd happy to explain that, but to answer your question, no, I did not.
You did not report a single fracture from the neck down, correct?
I did not report a single fracture. Correct.
The injuries that you testified to today were that he had sort of a laceration above his eyelid, correct?
The injuries that I testified to today, correct, yes.
And the scratches on his right arm.
On the right forearm, yes.
No further questions. Okay, Mr. Lally?
Dr. Rice, with reference to
Fractures or broken bones, can you explain sort of why that may not have been noted or why that wasn't included within the chart?
Sure, yeah, I'd like to. So with a patient like Mr. O'Keefe who came in, the focus of myself and the team of physician assistant, nurse practitioner, and nurses, whoever was helping in a case like this, the focus is in core resuscitative medicine, of securing an airway, making sure he has a breathing tube in, making sure that the CPR is being applied the right pressure to the right place, making sure that the core resuscitative elements of medicine are happening, unless as in the mind can only focus on so much. So I think in cases like this, because the attention is on resuscitation of someone's heartbeat, their life, there's less focus on injuries or observations that don't coincide with the resuscitation effort or not pertinent to that resuscitative effort, if that answers your question.
So in that vein, it's not like you're doing x-rays or a full skeletal survey or something like that.
That would be pertinent to his resuscitation if he had had a traumatic amputation, as in removal of a leg, for example. That would be pertinent to a resuscitation, but an otherwise intact extremity, that is not necessarily within the realm of resuscitation.
Can I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention on the document. Indicates discharge and clinical impression. If you could just read from that, look up when you finish. Read to yourself.
I'm sorry, what would you like me to read out loud?
So as far as the chart is concerned, as far as your clinical impression of Mr. O'Keefe, can you read sort of what you?
Sure, right. So I wrote clinical impression, cardiac arrest, head trauma, exposure to environmental cold.
I approach this to retrieve her.
Yes.
No further questions.
Anything further, Ms. Little?
No further questions.
All right, thank you, Doctor. You are all set.
Thanks.
Rather than words, 10 minutes one, Jurors, can we do an abbreviated lunch today so we can get as much of the testimony in as possible? So it's 10 minutes of 1. Why don't we come back here at 1:30? And can we go until 4:30 today? People seem to say yes. If that changes, just let Officer Delano or Officer Biden know. Okay, thank you. So we'll see you back here at 1:30.
All right, so the court, please.
You are muted.
Darkness falls, it gets hard to see what my life has in store for me. Oh, it makes me wanna scream when I'm standing in the pouring rain. I feel like my hands are tied up in these rusty chains. So I travel my mind for answers you see. The answer tonight that will set me free. You know it makes me wanna scream when I'm standing in the pouring rain. I feel like my hands are tied up in these rusty chains. postman call. You wish you were dead. Oh, it makes me wanna scream when I'm standing in the pouring rain. I feel like my hands are tied in these rusty chains. Darkness falls, it gets hard to see what my life has in store for me. Though it makes me wanna scream when I'm standing in the pouring rain. I feel like my hands are tied up in these rusty chains. I travel my mind for answers, you see. The answer tonight that will set me free. You know it makes me wanna scream when I'm standing in the pouring rain. I feel like my hands are tied up in these rusty chains. I think of a night when I see red. When the ghost man calls, you wish you were dead. Oh, it makes me wanna scream when I'm standing in the pouring rain. I feel like my hands are tied up in these rusty chains.
So court should be starting any minute. Of course, she said that it was going to be 1:30. It's already 1:35, so she is doing as she does. By her clock, we've still got another 5 minutes to wait. This woman's unreal, guys, unreal. So don't forget to subscribe, like, and share. Get this out into the algorithm. So they will be off the rest of the week. We've got one day this week where we are actually in court. Unreal. So maybe that's why she was trying to extend her day. I don't know if that's going to be the case based on what's happening right now. She's a winner. Unreal, guys, unreal. I'm just taking a look at you guys. Do. Oh, mangoes. That was my thought, that they were going to be starting any minute. But of course, no. She extends the day and then she's late for it anyways. So I don't even know why she bothered talking to the jurors. Makes no sense, this woman. All right, Carrie, come on, good Lord. Yep. Everybody rush so we can wait for Bev. Limburger. Oh, thank you for that. I have to find this stuff again in Discord so I looked the other day, but not for long. And that way I can post them as well. Or any of the mods for that matter. If Mexi's not here, it would be great if we could throw that out. Any one of yous. I think there's 3. Come on over. Apples. We're talking about apples. I am not much for fruit unless it's fresh. I can't do the stuff at grocery stores. It's way too gross. I try. I continue to try. I think maybe apples, but like you say, they're not. The only Twitter for Franky that I could find didn't have any content in it. I should. That should have the proper link on it. And you tried that link there, Tony? Isn't that something? Try the link that Mexi has posted, and hopefully that will work for you. If it I use the one you have posted below. Is it not right? I'm just going to see what this does for me.
Okay.
Oh, it came up. It worked for me, Tony. Okay, I hear a little bit of noise in the courtroom, and there we are. Tony.
Thank you. Please be seated. Go back a second.
All right, so your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Dr. Gary Fowler to the stand.
11 minutes late this time, she is. She just can't keep it together to save her soul. And again, guys, today is the only day that we will be in court this week.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury the case now in hand, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Gary Fowler, F as in Frank, A-L-L-E-R.
And sir, that microphone in front of you, you can move that any way you wish. So if you want to bring it up or down, just the wand itself. And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a pathologist.
And where is it that you work?
I work at Good Samaritan Medical Center.
And how long have you been working as a pathologist at Good Samaritan?
Since November of 2015.
Now, if I could ask you just a few questions about sort of your educational background, starting with your undergrad, where did you go to school and what, if anything, did you receive a degree in?
My undergraduate education, I went to Tufts University.
All right, so doctor, I'm going to ask you to put the microphone perhaps underneath your mouth and speak into it, because in order to keep this room cool, we need to have these fans going. If they can't compete with you, we'll have to turn them off, and I think everybody would prefer to have them on. So please speak loudly.
How am I now? Okay.
Perfect.
Okay. So Tufts University, undergraduate. I have a degree in biology. That was.
And after you received your degree in biology from Tufts, where did you go from there?
I went to Tufts Medical School in Boston for 4 years there.
And after you graduated from medical school, where did you go from there?
I went to a residency in pathology, anatomic and clinical pathology at Tufts Medical Center. So I stayed within the Tufts system. Okay.
And how long was that residency?
That residency was, at the time, pathology residency was 5 years. It's now 4 years, I believe, but it's a 5-year program. I finished the residency with the chief of resident in pathology in my 5th year.
And then following your residency, where did you go for work?
In 1996, I finished residency, and my first job was at Kearny Hospital, beginning the end of June of 1996.
And how long did you work at the Kearny?
I'm still on medical staff at Kearny, so subspecialties, I guess, in pathology. One is anatomic pathology, which is basically if you, as a patient, go to a hospital or have a biopsy, or a tissue biopsy, or an excision, or anything like that, it comes to the pathology department, and an anatomic pathologist is responsible for making the diagnosis for that patient. So we abbreviate that as an AP, anatomic pathologist. So in residency, you can also train to become a clinical pathologist. And clinical pathologist is a pathologist who basically deals with, to put it simply, if you have a blood test that goes to that gets sent to the lab, we are essentially responsible for the quality and the safety of that blood test to help ensure the lab tests that are done on the specimens are accurate.
Now, with regard to your position at Good Samaritan, what is it that you do at Good Samaritan? What are your sort of duties and responsibilities in relation to that hospital?
I am the chief of pathologist at Good Samaritan Medical Center. I'm also the laboratory medical director. So my job at Good Samaritan is to ensure, quality of both the anatomic pathology side of things, as well as the clinical pathology side of things. Ultimately, my job is to help ensure that any laboratory report coming from Good Samaritan is accurate.
Now, the lab at Good Samaritan where the testing is done, is that accredited?
Yes, it is.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that accreditation means, who it's by, and sort of what goes into that accreditation process?
We are accredited by the College of American Pathologists. We abbreviate that as CAP, if I mention that later, just so you know. And the accreditation process, the CAP has been in business for 75 years or so. They, according to their website, are the preeminent accrediting body for medical laboratories. So what that means is every 2 years we have an in-depth laboratory survey. That's every 2 years, and there are over maybe 3,000 elements or checklist requirements that the CAP will look at in our lab, which ranges from anywhere, for quality, mainly quality control, making sure that we have enough staff members, just about anything that can affect a laboratory result. There is essentially a checklist requirement that we need to fulfill and pass. So that's every 2 years.
And is that accreditation, is that up to date as of now?
Yes, it is. We will be having another inspection. Our window opens in July, so it's coming up. We have a 3-month window with it anytime announced. So.
And was that accreditation up to date prior to January 29th, 2022? Now, as far as the clinical portion of the lab, what are some of the things that get tested as far as, what are some of the things that are tested for in the lab as far as blood work is concerned?
Many different things. As probably all of you know, when you go to a hospital, you have your tested, and the physician is looking for different tests such as like a sodium, a potassium, a chloride, some basic tests that if they help the clinician make a diagnosis on you. So the most common things would be like a glucose, sodium, potassium, chloride. Ordering tests that one can order. So it depends mainly on what the doctor is thinking and his differential diagnosis. He will order, a variety of different tests. Some tests are pretty standard. When you go to a hospital, they might order, the test that I just talked about, a CBC. They want to look at your complete blood count.
Just a little louder, please.
Okay, sure. Things like that. Want to look at your hemoglobin, hematocrit, maybe sodium, potassium. Those are some of the really common tests that would get ordered in the hospital.
Now, as far as drugs of abuse, including alcohol, is that something that's dependent upon the presentation of a patient to your facility?
I think an alcohol test or a drug of abuse test is not a routine type of order or test. It all depends on if the clinician or the primary care physician is suspecting could be, drugs of abuse or alcohol on board, and they need to know if so to help treat the patient.
Now, would that also include sort of a patient that presents in regard to a mental health status or Section 12 drugs of abuse? Would that be somewhat standard in relation to testing or blood work that's done in relation to that kind of patient?
As far as Section 12, I do not know if there is a standing order for a routine ordering process for a patient that is admitted to Good Samaritan under Section 12. So I'm not sure.
Would that be abnormal, though, as far as doing a blood draw and testing for alcohol and someone presenting on Section 12?
I don't think so, no.
Now, with regard to a blood draw in Good Samaritan Hospital with reference to testing for alcohol specifically, what, if any, sort of policies or protocols are in place in reference to that type of blood draw?
I think a test for blood alcohol is the phlebotomist pretty much has to run through the same protocol that he or she needs to follow for any type of blood test, except for the fact that we do not want to use an alcohol swab to clean the area before the blood draw. In theory, if you use an alcohol swab and you're testing for alcohol, then you can, in theory, contaminate the blood sample with some of the residual fluid of the alcohol. Some people say if you let the alcohol swab dry for 30 seconds, it's not going to contaminate it, but we don't go by that process. We have it specifically in our policy never to use an alcohol swab when an alcohol test is ordered.
Now, in that vein, doctor, with reference to Good Samaritan emergency departments, what, if any, precautions have you or your facility taken in regard to those types of blood draws in testing for alcohol with regard to alcohol wipes being used?
My phlebotomy supervisor has removed essentially all, not 100%, but all of the alcohol swabs down in the emergency room. So a phlebotomist who perhaps could forget, which they shouldn't, because we have competency policies for them. So we have that in place where she's removed almost all of them so somebody can't mistakenly use a swab down in the emergency room.
Okay, so keep your voice up again, please, doctor, especially at the end of your sentences. Thank you.
And so, doctor, the removal of those alcohol wipes from the emergency department at Good Samaritan, does that predate January 29th, 2022?
It's been in place for a long time. Before that, there was a policy that they would use betadine for swabbing, but that policy has been in place for a long time, and before that day of 2022.
You've spoken a little bit about, as far as phlebotomists working within Good Samaritan. If you could just explain to the jury sort of what is a phlebotomist and what is it that they do?
A phlebotomist is any person who is trained to draw your blood when you come to a hospital. So we come in, we train people to draw the blood.
And as far as with regard to phlebotomists at Good Samaritan, you mentioned that there's some proficiency testing or some protocols that they have to adhere to. Can you explain that a little bit more to the jury as far as what's involved in those?
So with anybody who works in the laboratory, per CAP checklist requirements and the government's requirements. There has to be competency policies and assessments on anybody who works in our laboratory, including phlebotomists. So any new phlebotomist, they get an initial training, and there's a or they'll get a training, and then they have to be assessed to make sure that they know what their job, what they need to do for their job, including knowledge of all policies. Then after that, after initial training, our competency policy states that we need to assess them again at 6 months. We do the same thing, make sure they know what they're doing. And then 6 months from that, so that's a year from when they started working for us, and then annually thereafter. So the CAP is, we have all these competency policies for everyone to make sure the lab technicians know what they're doing. We also have competency policies for pathologists as well. So it's all about making sure the final result is that comes from our lab is a good quality.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you two sets of documents. You can just look at those.
Okay.
And just in general, do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to?
There are two of our policies that we have for Good Samaritan Medical Center, one for the phlebotomists, one for our laboratory technicians. The first one is a patient preparation for specimen collection policy, which defines our policy for drawing the blood for the phlebotomist. The second is an alcohol policy, which is one of, I don't know, thousands of policies that we have in the lab to describe how our policy for alcohol testing. Every laboratory test in our hospital has a separate policy.
Well, everything from hematocrit to sodium to potassium chloride has its own policy. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the policy you have before you, that's for alcohol testing?
Correct.
And those two policies that you have before you, were those policies what was in place on January 29th, 2022?
Correct. Yes.
May I approach again, Your
Okay.
Almost seek to introduce in a minute the next two exhibits. Almost seek to introduce the next.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right. So, Madam Court Reporter, I don't think we marked SS into evidence. Do we have that ready to go into evidence?
I don't believe so.
All right. So these instead, Madam Court Reporter, will be the next two exhibits. Thank you. And what is 107, Madam Court Reporter?
I believe 107 is in reference to excuse me. I believe 107 is in reference to the alcohol testing, and 108 would be in reference to the sample collection.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm just showing you a document as far as some medical records. Are you familiar with those records?
Yes.
Those records are in relation to a patient named Karen Reed that visited the Good Samaritan on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to, may I approach again, Your Honor? Just
yes.
Sure.
your attention to a previously tapped portion of those records. Do you see a result for alcohol within those records?
Mr. Lally, you have to keep your voice up when you're hearing someone.
Let me say it again, sir. Doctor, with reference to those records and the page that I've opened up to, do you see a record in regard to a lab results for alcohol testing with regard to Ms. Reed?
Yes,
And what is it reported as, sir?
it is reported at 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And is that, as far as milligrams per deciliter, is that a relatively standard way of reporting an alcohol result?
Yes, it is in our hospital systems.
Could you explain to the jury sort of milligram per deciliter what that reading means as far as the metric that's used there?
Well, it means 93 milligrams of alcohol per deciliter of the blood.
And as far as, if you could explain to the jury sort of the testing process or the protocols that are in place of the Good Samaritan, so the blood is drawn by the phlebotomist, and then what happens from there as far as the testing is?
Okay, so
before you do that, doctor, so we might have to turn off the fans, which we don't want to do. I really need you to keep your voice up so that the court officer over there, so that folks down there can hear you.
Okay, so at Good Samaritan, I can go through the process. The doctor will order the test in the emergency room. We have 2 phlebotomists down in the emergency room. That test will print out, the order will print out down in the emergency room. And it will print out a label for the blood tube. It will print out on that label the color of the blood tube to be ordered, and will also print out what on the label what is to be tested in our lab. So that order will be seen by our phlebotomists in the emergency room. They will then locate the patient and perform the venipuncture or the blood draw, and use the correct tube. They'll go through their process of one of the most important processes in testing somebody's blood is accurate patient identification. So within our policy, we ask the patient to state his or her name, first and last name and date of birth. We have them say it out loud to make sure we have 2 forms of identification. Once that's confirmed, there is also a bracelet on the patient, so we'll match it up with a Good Samaritan ID number. So the first step is to make sure we have the correct patient. So then the phlebotomist has the order in front of her or him and uses the correct tube. Before drawing, they have to find the correct vein, a good vein for the patient, which is usually in the forearm antecubital fossa area. They will find that vein. They will cleanse the area with a non-alcohol swab, which in this case the order was for alcohol.
All right, so doctor, I'm sorry. I'm going to stop you. I think part of it is that you're saying so much and your voice is fine, and then it drops, and it's fine, and then it drops. So Paul, can we turn the fans off, please? It's important that all the jurors hear everything you say, doctor.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so but speak into the microphone.
I'm going to bring it really close.
All right, this should be better with.
And hopefully you can turn it back on when I get better at this. So I'm sorry. It's hot. I'm hot too. One is we make sure that it's correct patient identification. We use the correct tube. We draw it. We don't use an alcohol swab. We use one that doesn't contain an alcohol in that. Then the phlebotomist will then put the labels on the tube or tubes in front of the patient, then bring it back to his or her area. Make sure they sign their name they initial their name on the tube as well as the time. Then it will be put into a bag, and in the emergency room it goes through a chute and it goes directly to our laboratory. for testing. Once we get it, it's called receiving the blood work. A technician, lab tech in our lab will scan, there's a barcode on the label, they'll scan it, and that will document the time that we received it. They will also manually enter the name of the phlebotomist and the time of the blood draw, so we have accurate records of what we received and the time. Once that's done, it's entered into our system, and then the technician will decide what needs to go next. In this case of an alcohol test, we're using a green top tube, which has lithium heparin, has an anticoagulant in it. It's to prevent clotting. So we'll get that tube, and once it's entered, we will centrifuge it. And that is centrifuged for about 10 minutes or so, so that we can separate the layers of the blood. In the blood, when you first see blood, it's all red, and there's no separation of the elements. But within blood, there are red blood cells, there are white cells or inflammatory cells, and there's the liquid portion of the blood. So for alcohol testing, we there's an anticoagulant in it, and so we will centrifuge it to separate the different layers of the blood. The different layers, the red cells will go to the bottom, and the aqueous portion or the plasma portion will go to the top. And when we test for blood alcohol in our lab, we're testing the aqueous portion or the plasma portion of the blood. So that's why it's important for us to centrifuge it and separate the components. Once that is done, that takes about 10 minutes or so, maybe a little bit longer. Then that tube will be brought over to our machine, which is a Roche Cobas machine, and it will be put onto the machine, and that machine will test for the alcohol or whatever else is ordered on the patient. I think I covered everything.
Now, with regard to, you used the term a couple times as far as a centrifuge, can you describe to the jury sort of what that is and how that instrument works?
Sure. So when the tube that we take is a blood tube, and we want to test the aqueous plasma portion of the blood, and the only way to get that plasma portion or the watery solution of the blood is we put it in a centrifuge, which will spin the blood at a rapid rate, something like 3,300 RPMs or so, which is fast, and it will separate the blood into those three layers. Also, in the tubes that we use is a gel that comes in the tube, and it nicely separates the red blood cell component from the water or aqueous plasma component, and keeps those two portions of the blood separate to make it easier for us to test on our machine.
Now, as far as the blood testing is concerned, is there a difference between sort of what's known as whole blood versus serum and plasma?
There is a difference. Whole blood is basically the whole blood. When somebody has a test drawn, and if we test something on the entire blood without separating it, that would be whole blood. If we say we're testing on plasma or serum, we're actually separating the components of the blood by the centrifuge process.
Which of the two, as far as serum plasma versus the whole blood, which would record as far as a higher percentage of alcohol in the testing?
Alcohol, the answer would be plasma or serum would have a little bit higher blood alcohol content compared to whole blood.
As far as the separation that you're talking about, is there a specific area as far as the separation is concerned where alcohol tends to concentrate within?
Yes, alcohol tends to go into the more into the watery or the aqueous component of the blood. So when we like serum or plasma has a 98%, reportedly 98% water component. Whole blood, if you look at the whole blood overall, it has a lesser percentage. Some, if you look in the literature, it can be 86% or there's a range. But so since alcohol tends to go to the watery components, if you measure alcohol like we do in hospitals on the serum or plasma, the value that we get will always be a little bit higher than total, than measuring on whole blood.
Aware of, through your training experience, sort of a conversion that can be done between sort of what's reported as a testing from the serum plasma to a whole blood count?
In the hospital, we're pretty much in the business of, reporting alcohol, in serum or plasma, and we're not in the business of the legal aspects of alcohol testing, because alcohol, what I understand is the alcohol legal limit in Massachusetts is 0.08 grams per deciliter. We don't make any conversions in a hospital. We're not in that business to do that. We just report on the serum percent. And we're just not in the business for that.
And I understand that's not how it's reported within your record or at your facility. What my question is, are you aware of a process by which you can sort of then mathematically convert from milligrams per deciliter to a
I do know about it, and it's there is if one wants to convert a whole a serum or a plasma level to a whole blood, there are formulas that basically you need to. It's a simple formula, but there's varying opinions on which formula can be used.
Now, as far as this specific patient, the defendant, Ms. Reed, do you have any sense from the chart in front of you as far as sort of the timeline of when the blood was drawn to when it was tested and reported and things of that nature?
I think it was the order was 9:03 in the morning. 5 minutes later, the phlebotomist, it happened pretty fast. 5 minutes later, the phlebotomist got the labels printed. Then 5 minutes after that, they went in and drew it. It was very quickly. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but ultimately, it was received in our lab, I think, 10 minutes after the order, the blood, very quickly. And then the final result, when the alcohol level was reported in the computer system, was, I think, 50 minutes from the time of the order.
May I approach?
Yes.
Okay.
And that lab results done pursuant to the testing and the policies and protocols and everything in the lab was 93 milligrams per deciliter. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you, doctor. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You testified that, hospitals are not in the legal business of calculating the BACs. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes,
And you'd agree that there are differences between screening tests that are conducted at hospitals and forensic tests that are done in labs, correct?
correct.
And the purpose of testing in sort of a clinical setting at a hospital is to assist in the quick diagnosis and treatment of a patient. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And so your priorities may be different than those if you're in a forensic lab where the goal is to ensure accuracy and reliability at all costs, correct?
I don't agree, not correct.
Well, hospitals use serum tests to screen for the presence of alcohol, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that serum testing does not measure alcohol directly, but it actually measures the presence of NADH.
Correct.
And NADH is the byproduct that's created when the body breaks down alcohol.
Correct.
And the reason hospitals use a serum test rather than a whole blood test is because it's quick and efficient and you can get test results within 20-ish minutes. Does that sound about right?
Correct.
And you'd agree that NADH, which is what serum essentially tests for, can also be elevated by factors other than alcohol in the blood.
I'm not aware of that.
Are you familiar?
Yep.
Are you familiar with any medical literature that has found that NADH is created when the body has elevated either lactate or LDH in the system?
Correct. There are some issues, in our policy. There are some factors that can lead to falsely elevated or falsely lowered serum alcohol. One is lactic acid or LDH. Another one is Waldenstrom's macroglobulinemia, which is a hematological problem, and other things that can interfere with not just any test or lipids, high levels of lipids, or hemolysis, or high levels of bilirubin. But our machines are very sophisticated now. If there are any elevations of, let's say, hemolysis or lipids or bilirubin, the Roche machines will detect that and flag it as a possible interference, or it won't even let us result a test. So with any test, there can be interferences, and I'm sure there can be interferences with the forensic way of testing as well.
Sure. So there are other causes of high levels of LDH and therefore NADH also include things like trauma, muscle weakness and loss of muscle tissue, or abnormal tissue formation. Is that correct? Have you read studies about that?
I haven't read those studies, no.
Would you agree that there may be other sort of medical stressors or things that can't necessarily be captured by the technology, but that could cause error in testing?
I don't understand that question.
Well, you testified that there can be certain errors in testing. That's something that we see throughout all different types of sort of scientific literature, which includes ethanol testing.
Yep.
And there are certain sort of factors that could cause a higher level of NADH that might not necessarily be picked up by the machines that you use at the hospital. Is that correct?
I am not familiar. I mean, if there is, it's not not a common phenomenon. Our methodology for doing many tests are based on this NADH enzyme methodology, and we've never had issues with it. I read a lot. I haven't read about major faults of our methodology for testing. Most hospitals, when we look at when we actually have to do proficiency testing with any tests that we do in a hospital. So 3 times a year, we get sent unknown levels of alcohol and 5 samples to be accurate 3 times a year. And we're able to look at not only our results, make sure they're correct, but we're able to look at how, what other hospitals are doing across the nation. So when I last looked, and it's held true for over 10 years, maybe 20 years, is that of the, I think, 5,000 hospitals that are testing for alcohol, it's over 80% of them are using our methodology, which is the alcohol dehydrogenase and NADH. And I can't imagine if there were any major issues with alcohol testing using that methodology, why would, it wouldn't be that high of a.
As you testified, the goal in a clinical setting, obviously, is to test for the presence of alcohol, but you're not in the business of trying to sort of calculate BAC, correct?
No, we don't. We don't.
So your goals are to make sure that you're screening for the presence of alcohol, but you're not quite as concerned with the precise amount that you might see in, for instance, a whole blood test in a forensic lab.
Well, we result in terms of in the serum. We know the Massachusetts laws and laws across the nation are based on whole blood, but there are in the literature formulas that you can use if it were a medical legal case that one can use to convert our level to a blood alcohol. We don't do it in a hospital. We won't report a serum alcohol and then we don't do the conversion, but because it's a very rare event that that a level will end up in court. But there are forensic lab people that can provide that formula.
And when you get a test result from a serum test, that information does not establish when alcohol was consumed, correct?
Correct.
And so you're just looking at a specific point in time to say this is what the serum test reflects at 9:08 a.m. on January 29th.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Swelly, any follow-up?
Just briefly. As far as the interferences or anything that would lead to elevated levels from your review of Ms. Reed's chart, was there anything like that present there?
I didn't see anything, no.
And the interferences would be accounted for in the sense of the machine would sort of vet them out and not result or not recorded in the chart if that were to occur. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The form of the question, I'll sustain the objection. You can ask it differently.
Sure. Dr. Fowler, with regard to the interferences that you were talking about, what, if any, impact would that have on the results being reported?
If there were the 3 major things that could interfere with the result, like high lipids, hemolysis, or high bilirubin, our machine would flag that, and we would have some information that our result may not be valid. And sometimes we will report a result with a disclaimer, or sometimes if those levels are so high, we won't report it at all. But in this case, there were no flags.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. Little, or are you all set?
If I could have one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Right, just one moment, Your Honor. No further questions.
All right, Dr. Fallon, thank you, and I'm sorry I gave you such a bad
Oh,
time about
okay,
your
I'm
voice.
sorry if I, thank you.
Thank you. Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Mr. Nicholas Roberts to the stand. Your Honor, may we approach just while the witness is coming in?
Yes.
Muted.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing true, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. You can have a seat. I just need you to keep your voice up really loud. If you're too soft, we're going to have to turn off the air conditioning. Everyone's going to get mad at you.
No problem.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury, sir?
Sure, my name is Nicholas Roberts, Roberts.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed with a company called Thermo Fisher as a field service engineer.
And how long have you been doing that?
Since November of last year.
And so prior to that, or prior to November of last year, 2023, where did you work before that?
I was in the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the toxicology unit.
And how long did you work in the toxicology unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Since October of 2014.
Now, if I could turn your attention to prior to joining the lab for the Massachusetts State Police, can you talk a little bit about your educational background? Where did you go to school and what did you go to school for?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree in applied forensic science with a concentration in chemistry and toxicology from Mercyhurst University. That's in Erie, Pennsylvania. And then I also have a master's degree in forensic toxicology from the University of Glasgow in Scotland.
Now, after receiving your degree from the University of Glasgow in Scotland, where did you go from there?
I returned home to the British Virgin Islands where I taught at a community college.
And what did you teach there?
Mainly chemistry and a term or two of physics.
And then following your teaching in the Virgin Islands, where did you go from there?
I was hired then at the Mass State Police Crime Lab.
Now, when you're initially hired at the Mass State Police Crime Lab, you're working initially as a forensic scientist 1, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your duties and responsibilities are, what your work looks like as a forensic scientist 1?
So a forensic scientist 1, you're essentially going through all the trainings that they provide at the lab. We do a number of different testing, mainly on blood and urine, looking for the presence of drugs and alcohol. We also do serum conversions and retrogrades. So during your training period, I started as a FS1, so that went up until I was fully signed off to actually write reports that would be issued to ADAs across the whole of Massachusetts, in which I became a forensic scientist 2.
And so what are the difference, sir, between sort of your work as a forensic scientist 1 versus your work as a forensic scientist 2?
So essentially as a 2, you're essentially fully trained and you're able to do all the testing that we do in-house. You also are able to go and give testimony based on the reports that you write, whereas in a forensic scientist 1, you're still in that training process.
And did you work essentially as a forensic scientist 2 from that point in time till the time that you left the lab in November of 23?
Yes.
Now, with reference to while you were working at the lab, was there sort of an ongoing, continuing educational component?
Yeah, so we would habitually receive articles based on different discoveries within the forensic field. So different ways they would find certain types of drugs in different bodily fluids. It's always a revolving door when it comes to drugs being discovered as well as being manufactured, what's illicit on the street, et cetera, et cetera. We would often get different articles, just research papers based on what they're doing to discover these things within the matrices that we are looking at.
Now, in addition to that, while you worked at the lab, what if any are you familiar with the term proficiency testing?
Yes.
Or what if any proficiency testing would you undergo while you were at the lab?
So we receive both in-house and external proficiency tests. Essentially, the process would be just the same. The only difference would be we'd have internal people sending us samples as if it came from an external source. And then the external proficiency testing that we receive is actually part of our accreditation. So it came in just like regular samples, and we would test it accordingly per our protocols.
And as far as the proficiency testing that you undertook over the course of your time at the lab, did you pass each of those tests?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned a little bit as far as accreditation with regard to the lab. What, if any, accreditation did the State Police Crime Lab have?
We had accreditation. It's a internationally accreditation board for forensics scientists, as well as any kind of lab in particular, and the branch that our lab would have fall under. We have a certain set of rules that we have to adhere to. Mainly, it's a standard known as an ISO 17025, but we have a different accreditation board, and they have narrower requirements because of the type of lab that we are.
It may be pretty well understood, but that as far as the accreditation is concerned, that's done through an external entity, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the lab, as far as your assignment of work, the time that you left the lab, about how many forensic scientists were working within the lab in your toxicology?
By the time that I left?
Yes.
Oh. So within the toxicology unit, there was one more when at the time that I left.
And as far as you and sort of the other forensic scientists too, at the time that you worked at the lab, was there some sort of rotation, or how were you assigned work as it related to your work in the toxicology?
So throughout my time there, we had more forensic scientists, ones and twos, and we would delegate each type of assignments that we would look for to different types of testing. On a monthly basis, we would get a different group of tests that we would perform throughout that month, and it would rotate to the next person as the month at the end of the month. So that's how we did the testing.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to May of 2022, you're working with the lab at that time, is that correct?
Yes.
Were you assigned to serum conversions at that particular time?
I was, yes.
And at some point were you specifically assigned to a case involving a Ms. Karen Reed?
Yes.
Now, as far as a serum conversion is concerned, if you could explain to the jury sort of what goes into that process and what is it that you're reviewing or you're looking at, how is a serum conversion, what is it, and how is it performed?
Sure. So with serum conversions, usually what happens is that we get hospital results. So that would be the police or the ADAs would get results from the hospitals that whoever was attended to. We get the results, and usually hospital alcohol results they use serum in order to test alcohol. Serum is essentially the liquid portion of blood. Let's say, for instance, you fall and you cut yourself, that red stuff that comes out, that has serum within it. What the hospital does, they centrifuge it or spin it very fast in order to get the red blood cells, the white blood cells, and all kinds of the heavier materials out of that blood. And what's left is the serum. So they use that to test their alcohol. What studies have shown is that we actually tend to have a higher alcohol concentration in serum than in blood. So what that means is that due to the chemical nature of alcohol, it likes to stay in that liquid portion more than throughout the whole blood. So a serum conversion essentially is able to convert the alcohol content from that serum that we get from the hospital into what it would be in whole blood.
And did you have occasion to perform a serum conversion in regard to Ms. Reed's medical records?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a document, just ask you to review that as I'm finished. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
So this is the serum conversion report that I made, with the calculations were made on May 3rd of 2022.
And as far as the result that you received, in addition, so what kind of materials did you receive in order to perform that analysis?
We got the medical records.
May I approach the witness again?
Yes.
I apologize, Your Honor. If I could, looking for the. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 106. And directing your attention to this last page contained within this document here. Is that a portion of the medical records that you reviewed in regard to Ms. Reed's serum alcohol level?
Yes.
And if you could, what was reported in the medical records that you reviewed in using in your serum conversion analysis as far as the level?
The level was at 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And so with regard to that 93 milligrams per deciliter, I'm sorry, was there also a time that specimen was collected as far as your review of those records?
Yes.
And what was that time, sir?
It was at 9 in the morning, 9:08.
Now, as far as just in terms of the general term, as far as forensic science, what you did at the lab, can you explain what that term means or what you did in relation to?
What do you mean specifically?
That was very poorly phrased. Let me try to restate that a bit. What is your understanding of forensic science, and can you explain that?
Oh, forensic science is essentially a scientific study based on anything dealing with the law. So whether it comes to ballistics or DNA analysis or toxicology, like I did, anything focused or based on the law or for legal purposes, essentially that's what forensic science kind of encapsulates.
And then forensic toxicology, would that sort of be a subset of forensic science?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your understanding based on your training and experience, what is forensic toxicology?
So toxicology in general is essentially just a study of poisons, plainly speaking. So anything that'd be harmful to the body, essentially that would be toxicology, because you also not only have forensic toxicology, but you also have like environmental. And the forensic toxicology is just, like I said, again, with the forensic science, just basing it on things for legal purposes.
Now, through your training experience, are you familiar with sort of the difference between a serum plasma level versus a whole blood level?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your understanding is of each and what, if any, differences there are between the two?
So Just plainly your serum plasma level, or the serum plasma is what it's called. It could be referred to as either or one or the other. So that is just the alcohol level in your serum, whereas your whole blood is your alcohol content or regular BAC in the whole blood. This difference between the two is, like I said previously, in your serum or plasma, that alcohol content would be higher as it would have been in the whole blood.
Now, as far as the milligrams per deciliter, how that's reported in the Good Samaritan medical records referencing Ms. Reed that you reviewed in this case, is that typical as far as how hospitals would report sort of the serum plasma levels?
Yeah, from my experience and all the times that I've seen serum conversions come to the lab, milligram per deciliters are the units that they use from the hospital, yeah.
Now, as far as that 93 milligrams per deciliter, what, if anything, with regard to serum conversion, what, if anything, are you then able to do to convert that to a BAC or a blood alcohol concentration?
So based on some studies, they came up with a few different conversion factors, knowing that the blood alcohol content would be higher than the serum plasma content. They're able to apply different conversion factors to the numbers that we would get in serum. And we usually get, excuse me, we usually give a low, an average, and a high, being that it's kind of hard to say what one particular person's conversion factor would be between the two of them, since it's dependent upon like age, sex, the water content, what you had to eat that day. So it's harder to pinpoint. Therefore, we give a good range as what it could possibly be pertaining just in case a person converts, or their conversion would be a lot lower or higher. So we give a good range.
As far as those different conversion factors, where do those come from?
It's based on some studies. I don't remember the actual names of the papers that were thing, but they are based on studies throughout the forensic world when it comes to looking at specifically testing blood and serum to find that conversion factor.
And as far as those studies are concerned, they come from sort of different population bases. Is that correct?
Yeah, so that's how they were able to get the range of conversion factors that they use.
Now, as far as the water within the serum, or sort of how that works with the centrifuge, what, if any, relationship does that have to the reading that you get or the conversion factors that you use?
So the water content, essentially, if the serum being the liquid portion of the blood, water is also liquid. It makes up some of that serum that you get from it. Therefore, your higher water content, more essentially, the lower the concentration could be of that, or lower or higher, depending upon whether or not your water content in that sample is lower or higher.
So as far as those different conversion factors that you're using, this is essentially a mathematical calculation, is that right?
Yes.
And so the different conversion factors that you're using for the low, the average, and the high, what are those conversion factors?
So the low is a 1.18, with the average being a 1.14, and then the high being a 1.12.
So based on your analysis, as far as the medical records, what was reported to you, using those three conversion factors, what, if anything, did you come up with as far as the low and average and high for the 93 milligrams per deciliter?
So our values that were calculated for the low was a 0.078 gram percent. The high was a 0.083 gram percent, with the average being a 0.081.
Now, sir, with reference to the alcohol that's reported in the records, are you familiar with, are there different types of alcohol?
Yes.
And can you explain sort of what those types are and what the differences are, or where they come from?
Sure. So there are multiple different types of alcohol, mainly based on the number of carbons that are within that molecule. You start off with methanol, which is one carbon. Methanol you can find in like some rubbing alcohols. You can find them in many different labs. We have big, large vials of them. Ethanol, which has 2 carbons. That one is the common one that is in our alcoholic beverages, and it goes all the way up isopropanol, octanol, etc. It all depends on the number of carbons in the chain of it.
And the type that's reported within Ms. Reed's medical records, that was ethanol, correct?
Correct.
And so with regard to your training experience as a forensic toxicologist, are you familiar with a term known as a central nervous system depressant?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that term means and how it relates to alcohol?
Sure. So alcohol is what is classified as a central nervous system depressant, and essentially the name kind of gives it away as to what it does. Your central nervous system is responsible for essentially all your movements, both involuntary and voluntary. So the way you move your head, the way you blink, the way you breathe, the central nervous system is responsible for all of that. With a depressant introduced into the body, it affects that central nervous system, causing things to slow down. So that's essentially what depressant means. It's going to slow down certain processes that a central nervous system would be in charge of. So you can have delayed reaction times. It can cause drowsiness.
Ask another question.
How would that manifest as far as a central nervous depressant affecting the body?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Go ahead.
There are many different effects that you could see or side effects from having a central nervous system depressant in the body. Lethargy, sleepiness, drowsiness, unable to walk properly, any kind of any one of those tests that you see on TV from the police when they try to get your horizontal gaze and they try to make sure you're coordinated, it can affect all those things.
Now, sir, are you also familiar through your training experience of working in forensic toxicology with a term known as retrograde extrapolation?
Yep.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to?
So a retrograde extrapolation is essentially another calculation, but it allows you to be able to calculate what the possible blood alcohol content would have been at a time prior to when the blood was drawn. Say, for instance, blood was drawn at 2, you could essentially figure out what the blood alcohol content would have been at 10 in the morning prior to it.
And that's done with the calculation as well, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, what are some of the types of information that you would need to know or that you would want to know in order to perform a retrograde extrapolation?
We'd need to know, one, for sure, what the alcohol content would have been. We also need to know the time that the blood was drawn, as well as the time of the last alcohol consumption.
Now, in regard to timing, as far as what, if any, limitations are there in regard to performing retrograde extrapolation as it pertains to timing is concerned?
So when we do these calculations, anything that's shorter than 2 hours, we usually don't do that conversion.
And why is that?
Because we're built in within our calculations, we allow for 2 hours. That has to do with the way that alcohol leaves the body. If the alcohol is still being absorbed by the body, we want to give it enough time to get to a point where it's coming out of the body as opposed to increasing in the body. So that 2 hours puts the person at a point in which that alcohol be coming out as opposed to it being absorbed.
So there are essentially 3 different sort of phases as far as intake of the alcohol into the body through dissipation. Is that correct?
Yeah, we are usually there's a well-known kind of metabolism route to which alcohol metabolizes out of the body. Yes.
And so, can you describe to the jury sort of that metabolism process as far as how it starts to its end?
Sure. So with having, let's say, 1 drink, what the body begins to do at that point is absorb the alcohol. Usually you get like a steady line that increases with time. So if you think of a regular chart where you have the level of alcohol in the body versus time, which would be on the y-axis or the x-axis at the bottom, as time goes along, after your first drink, the body starts to absorb the alcohol. If that was your only drink and that was it, the body then at a certain point, it stops absorbing it because there's no more to absorb, and it plateaus. So essentially the line goes straight. After that point, the body starts to eliminate it at this point. And then your level or your concentration of alcohol within the body decreases with time as it's getting rid of it.
And so there's sort of the absorption phase, the plateau, and then the elimination phase. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that in the course of your analysis for retrograde extrapolation, it's important to know sort of when the last drink was. Is that right?
Yes.
And why is it?
That way we can get a good time in and figure out the amount of time that has passed between the last drink as well as the time that the blood was taken.
Now, did you perform a retrograde extrapolation analysis with regard to Ms. Reed's BAC or the converted BAC from the serum conversion?
I did.
And so with reference to Ms. Reed, as far as you looked at obviously the hospital records, you looked at the serum conversion report, what, if anything else, did you review or look at in coming to that retrograde extrapolation analysis?
We usually get a police incident report, and that usually identifies the time in which, per their narrative, what time in which they had the last drink.
May I approach the witness room?
Yes.
So again, presenting you with the document, if you could just look at that on the document. Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize it?
This is the retrograde extrapolation report that I did for the subject of Karen Reed.
Now, with respect to the time that you utilized in that report, as far as when was the time that you utilized as far as the last drink or time of operation?
The time that was utilized as the last drink, it was at 12:45.
That'd be 12:45 a.m., is that correct?
Correct.
And so you're using that to sort of extrapolate from 9:08 a.m. when the 93 milligram per deciliter is reported from Good Samaritan to 12:45 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to that 12:45 a.m., what, if any, difference would it make if it were a little bit off of that? Say it was 12:30 a.m. or it was 1 or 1:10 a.m. What, if any, impact would that have on your conversion?
So we tend to go by hours. So we kind of round to the nearest, I think, 15-minute interval. So a couple minutes or 10 to 20 minutes forward or behind of that 12:45, it wouldn't change the results by a lot, if any.
And similar to the serum conversion, is this done with different conversion factors as far as a low, an average, and a high?
So we usually just calculate a minimum and a maximum for the retrograde, and that incorporates some conversions as well.
Now, as far as the minimum versus the maximum, what do each of those sort of signify, or how do you come to those mathematical calculations?
So with the minimum calculation, we incorporate the 2-hour period. So we assume that maybe that 12:45 wasn't, the body wasn't at that point finished with the elimination. It wasn't in the elimination phase, so we allow it for 2 hours ahead of it. We also have a conversion factor. Once again, this is a study that was done to see the elimination rate of different people within a population, what rate they would get alcohol out of their system per hour. So we implied the lower limit, which was a 0.1 gram percent per hour, with that 2-hour allotted time interval, and then we use the lower serum conversion number, the one that was converted on the lower end. We use all of that in the calculation in order to come up with the minimum. The maximum one uses the opposite, so it uses the higher converted serum conversion number with the higher elimination rate. using the full amount of time.
And these calculations or these conversion factors are all based on sort of medical studies that you've reviewed in literature that goes into your training?
Yeah, all of it was part of the training, and they came up with those numbers prior to even when I was hired there. But it is based on multiple different studies in that, looking at that elimination rate.
And so from your calculations when it came to the minimum with regards to the retrograde extrapolation, what if any calculation, what if any result that you come from with your calculations as it pertains to the minimum?
So the minimum amount that was calculated would have been a 0.135 gram percent.
And that's essentially reporting in a blood alcohol concentration, is that correct?
Correct.
And then with regard to the maximum, what if any result that you get from your mathematical calculations in regard to that?
The result was a 0.292 gram percent.
And so that range that you received is a bit of a wide range. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And why is that?
So we base those calculations, they're based on that conversion that I did from the hospital results from serum, giving us a good range of values in the first place. But then we incorporate the retrograde extrapolation one, which uses a time factor, and that 2-hour difference using two different elimination rates, that causes a wider span of values. And it's just so that it can encompass essentially anybody within the general population, that they would be somewhere in between that lower limit and that upper limit.
So essentially from those mathematical calculations, anyone within sort of the general population with that result would be somewhere between the 0.13 and the 0.29, correct?
Correct.
May I approach this to retrieve your arm?
Yes.
Can I have one moment, John?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Did Lolly just sigh? Did Lolly just go? Is that what I heard? Oh my God.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You used a method called retrograde extrapolation to reach your sort of opinions and conclusions in this case, correct?
Yeah, it was a calculation.
And that means that you rely on an assumption that a trend will continue beyond sort of observable data.
So the metabolism is actually pretty well studied. So we know that that elimination rate, unless you introduce more alcohol into the system, it declines at that rate, and it's pretty linear.
Exactly. So in other words, certain assumptions are incredibly important for you to reach your analysis.
Sure.
And that includes sort of the timing of the very last drink that the individual had. Is that right?
Yes.
If your drinking pattern is sort of different than what you assume for purposes of your calculation, then you'd agree that your entire extrapolation would be incorrect. Is that right?
Yes, it could be.
And again, those assumptions sort of included the time of the incident, right?
Yes.
And importantly, the time of the last drink.
So those two will be what we use. It's the time of the blood draw as well as the time of the incident or last drink.
And your report acknowledges that the testing that was used to obtain ethanol results in this case was not performed by the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
Correct.
And for that reason, the report and those results do not fall under your forensic lab accreditation standards.
Correct.
The Massachusetts State Police, as you testified, is an accredited forensic lab.
Yes.
And so you're required to meet certain minimum standards in order to uphold that.
Yes.
And you'd agree that those accreditation standards are different from accreditation standards that, say, a hospital lab might have.
They can be.
And do you ever work on testing within the Massachusetts State Police Lab for serum tests or whole blood tests?
So we did test the blood and serum for alcohol content at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. Yes.
And their typical protocols are to use whole blood tests.
We use whole blood or serum.
In terms of the machinery that's used with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, you'd agree that the gold standard is gas chromatography and mass spectrometry machines.
Usually with a headspace detector.
I'll let it, go ahead, you can
Sorry.
answer that.
Usually with a headspace detector, yes.
And that would detect whole blood rather than serum.
No, it just detects any volatile substance.
But you'd agree that a serum test usually, as you testified, has a much higher level than whole blood.
Yeah, due to the nature of the substance itself.
And so you kind of have to go through this extra step of trying to extrapolate, okay, how do I convert this to get to whole blood?
So what we incorporated anytime we had a serum sample.
For ethanol in the blood, you're testing for an ADH, and then you have to do a conversion to get it to what a whole blood test would just automatically show you.
Yeah, so we get the serum level, and then we convert it via calculation.
And typically in the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, you would do what's called confirmatory testing.
Yeah, so we have a screening method as well as a confirmatory test, correct?
And confirmatory testing means that you take two separate samples and you test both of those.
Essentially, well, our protocol involved testing in duplicate, but that's not always the case for the other drugs that we tested. We essentially have a screening test, which is one type of test, and then the confirmatory test would be a separate test, or sometimes even the same test, just we run the sample again.
And the reason you typically would do two tests is to ensure that there's no error in the testing.
Correct.
And that acts as a fail-safe against false positives. You
Yes.
agree with that? And it also ensures that you're testing the correct sample.
Correct.
And in this case, obviously, you didn't conduct any of the testing.
Correct.
You're just assuming the accuracy of a single test that was performed by a hospital.
Actually.
Oh,
Yeah.
And so if the clinical results are invalid, then your extrapolation is going to be invalid.
Yes.
Now, you discussed a lot about sort of serum testing and conversion rates. Do you recall that testimony?
Yeah.
And you'd agree that the precise conversion rate between serum ethanol levels and whole blood ethanol levels is almost impossible to accurately predict.
For each individual person, it would be difficult, yes.
And that's because the amount of water in our blood is scientifically impossible to predict with accuracy.
I'm not aware of any kind of test that would do that, so yeah.
Because individuals are different, right?
Yes.
And so the conversions that you use are based on averages from scientific studies.
Yes.
But you'd agree that in certain instances, people can fall outside of that average range.
Yeah.
In fact, a comparison of, hospital serum alcohol levels, they range quite wildly. You agree with that?
Yeah.
In fact, you're aware that some studies show that a conversion rate from serum alcohol to blood alcohol can be as high as 1.59%.
I wasn't aware of those numbers, but yeah, it could range. That's why we give a wide range, and you could lie on the outskirts of either side.
And so that would mean that the actual blood alcohol content, once it goes through the conversion rate, would be much, much lower than sort of the average conversion rate that you relied on.
Yeah, it could be both higher and lower.
And that includes that range that you gave, right?
Yeah, it could fall outside the range.
You'd agree that the more imprecise an extrapolation is, the less reliable it is.
Yeah, you do have to base it on good, your starting blocks have to be good. So you have to know the times in which the blood was drawn, the time of the incident, and essentially what your value was for your BAC.
And the time of the last drink, you'd want to know that?
So we would put that around the time, yeah, either the time of the last drink or the incident date.
And so the more sort of unknowns you're trying to account for, you'd agree the less reliable your end result is going to be.
It could be, yes.
And you'd agree that sort of the range you gave in this case, which was 0.135 to 0.292, that's a very, very large disparity.
Yeah.
Almost a sort of 120% swing.
Yeah.
That would be the equivalent of, for example, predicting a child's going to grow somewhere from 6 feet to 14 feet.
Check.
Sustained.
It's a very large number. You'd agree with that?
Yeah, there's a large range, like I said, due to the factors involved in the calculation. That's how it gets so large.
And that's because you're acting with a lot of unknowns in this case.
Yes.
Now, you testified that your retrograde extrapolation assumes that Ms. Reed reached the elimination phase of processing alcohol at or before sort of 12:45 a.m.
Yeah, we allow for, we start for the maximum at the 12:45, and then it would have been 2:45 for the minimum.
And so for purposes of your calculation, if Ms. Reed drank alcohol after 12:45 a.m. and before her blood was drawn at 9:08 a.m., your entire calculation would be invalid.
Yeah.
No further questions.
Hey, Mr. Lally.
Straight, please.
So in this instance, Mr. Roberts, you're dealing with a time of incident that was known, correct?
Yes, it was given to me that it was at 12:45.
And as far as the BAC or the serum conversion that was coming from a medical record, as far as, so that was known as well at 9:08 in the morning.
The time that the blood was drawn, yeah, that was known as well.
Now, as far as the question you were just asked, if the defendant drank alcohol after 12:45, does that include sort of shortly after 12:45, or how long after 12:45 would it take in order to affect your calculations or your retrograde extrapolation?
It's hard to say where that would have skewed it. It would have definitely caused a different time frame, depending on how long after the incident or the reported last drink. If there was another drink in between there, it just shortened up the amount of time that would have been prior to the blood draw, for sure.
What I'm asking is, would it have any significant impact, or would there be any difference if the last drink was, say, at 1 a.m. versus 5 a.m.?
So that'd be a 4-hour difference. So essentially that could, given the conversion rates, that would put the numbers very different. Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is, so the 5 a.m. would significantly impact your calculations, correct?
Yes.
The 1 a.m., would that significantly impact your calculations?
No.
Okay.
You all set, Ms. Little?
If I could just ask one question. You said that you were given 12:45 as the time that you sort of based your analysis on. And
yes.
To be clear, that was not something that was provided to you by my client, right?
No.
That was something that was provided to you from a police report.
Correct.
No further questions.
Okay. All right, Mr. Roberts, you are all set, sir. Thank you very much.
No problem.
So that didn't help
Okay,
them.
your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth to call Mr. Michael Trotter to the stand.
Well, that did nothing. Yeah, she could very well be green. I'll be honest, I thought maybe it was just the voice. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just a YouTuber, guys. Uh-oh.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now will answer the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Uh-oh.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Michael Trotta, Trotta.
And where do you live, sir?
Sharon, Mass.
How long have you lived in Sharon?
Long in Sharon since '82.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I am the superintendent of public works for the town of Canton.
And how long have you held that position as superintendent of public works?
Since 2003.
And did you work for the town of Canton prior to 2003?
No.
Now, with regard to being the superintendent of public works, can you describe to the jury sort of what are your duties and responsibilities when it comes to that work?
Typical management duties of staffing, controlling, directing, working on the budget, working on scheduling, long-term scheduling, 5 to 10 years, capital planning, overall operations, the day-to-day operations, what it takes to maintain a water system, a sewer system, the road system.
Now, with reference to, if I could turn your attention back to late January, early February of 2022. At some point in early February, were you contacted by a trooper in regard to a blizzard that had happened the week before?
Yes.
And do you recall who that trooper was or how they contacted you?
I believe it was Michael Porter, and I believe the contact was by phone.
Now, with reference to that trooper, is that someone that you knew or you had spoken to before in any way?
No.
And prior to that date, did you know John O'Keefe or Karen Reed or anybody?
No.
And as far as anybody within an Albert family within the town of Canton, were you familiar with them? Did you know them at the time?
No.
Now, when you were contacted in that early February of 2022, with regard to the blizzard the week before, what if anything was the trooper asking you? What kind of information were they looking for?
He wanted to know what the procedure was when we prepare and staff a snowstorm.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of what is the procedure, or what at that time, what was the procedure and what was sort of the makeup of what Canton DPW would do with regard to a snowstorm?
Well, we have the town is divided up into, I believe, 29 plow routes, several main routes, and side routes. The routes are generally somewhere between 3 miles and 3.5 miles long. And we have 30, I think back then we had 39 pieces of our own and probably 30 something private plow trucks. We try very hard to have 2 trucks on a route, but we generally don't get enough. So if we try to have a town truck on a route with a private plow on a route. The private plow is procured through a bid process. They have to have a contract. They have to have insurance, liability insurance, and they have to show that they've paid their taxes to the state and that they have workers' comp. And they have a contract with the town. Then the operations manager is in charge of the on-site, on boots on the ground, if you want to call it that. He'll assign the specific truck and the private contractor to a route. Generally, the day before, maybe 12, 18 hours before, the two of us talk. We try to schedule the overtime so that you're not going home at 3 o'clock and then you're getting woken up at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning to come back. We like to schedule it so when the guys go home, they know when they're going to come back. To the best of our ability, that's what we'll do. We'll tell the contractors when they are expected. And generally, if we're plowing, it starts with a sanding operation. So we would have a sanding fleet, which is maybe a dozen trucks. They'll come in early, and then the rest of the public works people come in at a scheduled time.
And so there'd be about, and correct me if I'm wrong, there'd be about 30 some odd trucks that were sort of DPW trucks?
A few more. I'm not sure the exact number. It's probably 37 or 38 because that counts sidewalk plows too. So there may be, I think there's 3 sidewalk plows. So there's probably 34 or 35, we'll say, between medium-sized trucks and the big construction trucks.
That was sort of my next question. As far as the DPW trucks are concerned, do they vary in size, or what is sort of the range in size of the town?
They'll go from a pickup, 2-ton pickup, a F-150 or F-250 Ford, if you're familiar with that, to a medium-duty 20,000 to 22,000 pound truck up to a large construction truck, which is generally 26, 28,000 pounds.
Now,
the large truck is a 6-wheel truck.
And as far as the other trucks, the private ones, those would sort of be subcontracted out through the bidding process, is that correct?
Yes.
And would the range as far as the size of those trucks, would that be similar or something different?
If they are pickup trucks, are usually lighter pickup trucks. There may be a couple of front end loaders. There's probably, I don't think there's any big heavy duty trucks, but they're probably pickups. Might be a couple of Jeeps, pickups. Again, a medium duty like an F-350 or F-450 pickup. Those are Fords, and loaders.
Now, with respect to questions or what you were asked about by the trooper, was there a specific sort of street or plow route that the trooper was inquiring about?
I believe he asked who was down, that's Fairview, or down in the Cedar Crest area, that's what we call it. I believe that's what he asked me.
Donna, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. Just look at that, look up when you finish. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This would be a plow plan for that day. It's a plow plan for the season, but it is particularly a plow plan for that storm of January 28th through January 29 of 2022.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Come out to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
Okay.
I have no objection.
Thank you.
Exhibit number 9. Thank you.
Charlie, when it comes to that form for you that's now been marked as Exhibit 109, I just have a couple of questions for you in regard to what's listed there. So with regard to the top of the page, there's a listing as far as 1/28/2022 Boulevard, 11 p.m. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And what does that mean, sir?
That means that the first group of workforce, which would be the Sanders, were scheduled to come in at 11 o'clock that night.
Now, as far as the next entry going across the top of the page has 1/29/2022, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as what's listed as WNS/BM/REC at 2 a.m., what does that mean?
W and S would be water and sewer. BM would be building maintenance. REC would be the rec. And they are scheduled, that would be the balance of the Canton's workforce. They were scheduled to come in at 2 o'clock in the morning.
And that 2 a.m., would that be at the same sort of central location?
Yes, they would all report to the Bolivar Street garage. I think that address is 150 Bolivar Street.
Now, as far as the next listing, it states contractors at 3 a.m., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And who is that referring to?
That would refer to all the private contractors that would be plowing that day. So again, it's staged.
Sort of the last sort of notation on the top of that, it indicates out at 5 a.m., 1/30/2022. Is that correct?
That would be when we completed and everybody went home.
Now, with reference to the Cedar Crest neighborhood or the area that would include Fairview Road, there's different route numbers that are assigned, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And which route number would include that Fairview?
That would be Lower Cedar Crest number 11.
And from that, that would include Lower Cedar Crest, Kings, Fairview, and Spring, correct?
Yes.
And as far as the vehicles and the vehicle types that were assigned to that route pursuant to this list, what types were they and who was assigned to?
Truck 30, which would be a town of Canton truck. That's a 43 International. Brian Loughlin would be the driver. The 43 International is a medium duty truck. The next up would be 7400 International. That would be the large construction truck. And there is an absolute, a by the yard 4x6, which is I believe that's a small 1-ton dump. That would have been the private contractor that was on the route with the city truck.
And so that truck 30, the 4300 International, is that a bigger truck or a smaller truck than the 1-ton?
Then please again? Then the 1-ton?
Yes.
It's a larger truck. It's like a 3 to 5 cubic yard truck, and the large truck is like an 8 to 10 cubic yard dump. That's a dump truck.
And as far as the height on that International, would that be, how much would it be, taller or shorter than say a 1-ton dump?
If you want, I would estimate that if you're sitting in the driver's seat of a car, you're probably 2.5 feet. When you're sitting in the driver's seat of a 1-ton, you're somewhere around 3 feet. when you're sitting in the driver's seat of this 4300, you're probably somewhere around 4 to 4.5 feet. And when you're sitting in a big construction truck, you're another 8 to 10 inches, 5 feet plus.
Now, when you're driving, or when the plow drivers are plowing the roads, excuse me, what, if any, sort of instructions are they given as far as how to first start plowing the roads when they first come upon sort of dropping the plows and going?
If we're in a plowable situation, which is kind of hard to define, it's generally when we feel that traffic is impeded or may not be able to safely get up and down the street. So that's probably anywhere around 2 inches. They're instructed, and we're expecting a heavy snow. They're instructed to plow the middle of the road, keep the middle of the road open. And as they make their way through the route, they're supposed to push back a little bit. If they try to clean a whole lane and then come back and do the lane again, generally they end up being in trouble and they can't keep up if it's a heavy snow. So they're instructed to plow the middle of the road, to keep the roads open as much as they can before they do their finished cleanup.
Can I have one moment, Sean?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
All right, Mr. Yannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Carter.
Sir, Michael Proctor called you on February 3rd of 2022. Does that sound right?
It may be, I'm not sure of the date.
It was within days of the big snowstorm, correct?
Yes.
You knew that he was investigating the death of John O'Keefe, which had occurred on January 29th, correct?
I did not know that.
Had you heard that there was a police officer who was found dead on the lawn of another police officer in Canton?
Well, I knew, yes, I knew.
It's fairly big news at the time, correct? And were you aware that that was why Michael Proctor was calling you related to that investigation?
After he called and identified himself, he said that is why he was calling.
Of course. Now, you spoke with him over the phone only, correct?
Yes.
He never came down to the DPW to meet you in person, correct?
Not me, no.
And he never asked to interview any of your employees, correct?
We may have discussed who was on that route and who plowed, but I'm not sure at that time if he had told me he was going to go talk to anybody else.
Oh, so it's your testimony that you may have told him the identity of the plow driver when you spoke with him on February 3rd over the phone?
I may have, but I am not positive.
You don't have a memory of him asking you who the plow driver was?
He asked, no, I don't have a memory of his exact questions.
But leaving aside the exact wording of his questions, it's fair to say you don't have a memory of him asking you who plowed Fairview Road on January 29th. Is that fair to say?
He asked me about, I believe he asked me about this plow list.
About the what? The plow list?
This plow list.
Right, but on the plow list, there's the name by the yard, correct?
Yes.
All right. There's also, to the left of that, an indication of the name of the plow driver, and it's just a first name and a last initial,
yes.
Correct?
Yes.
It doesn't spell out the whole last name, does it?
No.
But you know the full last name, correct?
Yes.
You have a limited number of employees, right? It's not a 1,000-person company, right?
Yes.
All right. And you're well familiar that Brian L. is Brian Laughlin, right?
Yes.
As you sit here today, do you have any memory of whether the name Brian Laughlin was brought up during that phone call with Michael Proctor?
I may have said to him, that's who BL was, but I did I believe I referred him to the operations manager to double check who was on plowing that day.
Okay. You say you may have mentioned the name Brian L. or Brian Laughlin, but again, I'm just trying to drill down on what your memory is. Do you have a memory one way or the other as to whether the name Brian Laughlin came up in that conversation?
If you ask me, do I remember 100%? No.
Okay. In any case, Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, never asked to speak with Brian Laughlin when he talked to you over the phone,
He
correct?
did not ask me, no.
I'm going to allow the question and answer.
And how short was that phone call with Michael Proctor?
If I tell you, you're going to ask me, how do I know for sure? I would say a few minutes, whatever a few minutes is.
I'm going to accept that answer. And you would agree with me that after, and you, by the way, you were trying to be helpful, correct?
Yes.
After that couple or 3-minute phone conversation, you'll agree with me that Michael Proctor never followed up again with you personally.
That's a good question. I am not sure.
Okay. Well, I'd like to direct your attention to about a week and a half later, specifically the date of February 14th of 2022, which maybe you don't remember the precise date, but around that time period, you came into work around that time period, and you learned that a defense investigator named Paul Mikowski had left his business card for you with somebody on the DPW staff, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Yes.
I do not.
Sir, that means you
Oh.
don't answer that question. I think he's going to ask one that's appropriate one for you to answer, okay?
All right.
Do you recall when you came into work receiving a business card from Paul Mikowski?
No.
Do you recall calling Paul Mikowski back?
No.
Do you recall speaking to any investigator from the defense at any point within a couple of weeks after you spoke to Trooper Proctor?
No.
Do you deny telling Paul Mikowski to call Bill Walsh?
Objection.
Sustained.
Who is Bill Walsh?
Billy Walsh is the operations manager for
The Highway Department supervisor?
Yes.
Did the name Bill Walsh ever come up in your conversation with Michael Proctor back on February 3rd?
Objection.
Did that name come up when you first spoke with Trooper Proctor?
Again, I believe I mentioned it, but I am not positive.
Is it fair to say that the Canton DPW has their own plowing and sanding trucks?
Yes.
Does one of them in particular have a nickname?
If they do, I don't know what they are.
Have you heard one of your trucks being called Frankenstein?
Objection.
Sustained.
You don't drive the trucks, correct?
No, I do not.
But Brian Laughlin does?
Yes, he does.
And Brian Laughlin was driving the truck that plowed Fairview on January 29th of 2022?
Objection.
Let me have a moment.
Yes. It'll stand. The answer will stand, Mr. Lowry.
Sure. Can I
The witness or the sidebar?
The witness.
Yes.
Sorry. Do you have reading glasses as well? Or
Well, I have, yes.
are you able to read the exhibit that you have in front of you?
Yes.
Terrific. I'm handing you another document, sir. And I would ask if you would compare that document with the document you have in front of you and tell the jury if it's the same document or not.
It appears to be.
Does it appear to be identical?
Yes.
I will take the one back that does not have the exhibit sticker on it. Thank you, sir. And I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor, but may I just retrieve the exhibit?
Yes. All right, Mr. Trotto, you are all set, sir. Thank you very much.
All right.
You have another witness here, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, your next witness, please.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Mr. Louis Jutras to the stand.
Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. I take the stand.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Louis Jutras, Jutras.
And where do you live, sir?
Stoughton, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived in Stoughton?
About 23 years.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I work for the town of Canton. I am the manager of the Information Systems Division of the Finance Department.
And
The
how
what?
long have you been
I'm
doing
sorry,
that?
what was the last part?
Of the Finance Department.
Thank you.
And sir, how long have you held that position?
Almost 25 years.
Now, if you could explain to the jury, just as far as your job is concerned, what does that relate to, or what is it that you do as a director of professional services?
Sure. So my responsibilities are for the municipal departments and all the technology associated with that.
And does that include everything sort of from cell phones to GPS in town vehicles to security systems, things of that nature?
Yes.
Now, with reference to your department, how many people work in your department?
There's 3 of us in total, myself and 2 others.
Do you essentially supervise the other 2 people as well?
Yes.
Now, at some point, if I could turn your attention to around the time of January 29th, 2022, some point after that, did someone from law enforcement or from a police department reach out to you in regard to security cameras or camera systems within the town of Canton?
Yes, I received a notification from the Lieutenant Gallagher that there was a motor vehicle incident in town, that the state police would be looking for some video footage.
And so you received an initial notification from Lieutenant Gallagher telling you that the state police will be reaching out looking for video.
Correct.
And at some point shortly after that, did you receive any sort of, did anybody from the state police reach you?
Yes, Trooper Dunn reached out. We had a phone conversation. We had email correspondence relative to dates and times. We had pulled some footage from one site in Pequiside Farm that was put together. And then after that, there was a request for anything facing Washington Street, either from Town Hall or from the library.
And so as far as what was relayed to you by Trooper Dunn, what was sort of the description or what was it that you, were they asking just specific timeframes, or did you get any other information as far as what you were looking?
From what I recall, there were 2 different timeframes, between 12 and 1, and then between 5 and 6. That was in our discussion and correspondence relative to Town Hall.
And just to be clear, that's from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. and then 5 a.m. to 6 a.m.?
Correct.
Now, as far as the Pequiside Farm, describe to the jury sort of what kind of location that is, or what kind of town property it is, and where it is in relation to the town.
Yes, so the physical area is off of Pleasant Street, which intersects with Washington Street, closest to Dedham Street and the police department. That's a large area, big white house, and we have cameras that, face the entrance, the street, and the surrounding building.
As far as the coverage from those cameras, have you had occasion on this occasion or prior occasions or subsequent occasions to look at sort of the view that the camera gets from Pequiside Farm?
Yes, yeah, we have a straight shot down from the building, down the entrance driveway, right to the street. The other cameras that are around there's a couple of doorbell type cameras that physically focus on specific sections, and then other ones cover the general grounds around the building and the backside.
All right. So can I interrupt for a minute, sir? Could you please spell the name of the farm?
Yep, Pequiside, Pequitside.
Thank you.
Sir, Mr. Jutras, is it fair to say that the Pequiside Farm cameras cover more of the property and less of the street out in front? Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that was the initial request was in regard to Pequiside, is that correct?
Correct.
And so the subsequent request, what was that in regard to?
That was for anything town hall or library that physically faced Washington Street.
And so the town hall and the library, sort of where are they situated in relation to each other and in relation to Washington Street?
Yep, so they physically abut on either side of Washington Street, right at the intersection of Sherman. They are diagonal to each other.
Now, as far as the recording devices or the cameras on town buildings within the town of Canton, are those, are they sort of uniform, or does it vary from location to location or vary within the location?
The physical model of the recorder, as far as the manufacturer, that is the same that we have across 15 different sites. The types of cameras do change, indoor, interior, exterior, doorbell, things like that. But all of the actual recording units are of the same manufacturer, just different sizes and models.
And as far as the town hall and the public library cameras, as far as the exterior cameras, at least, they face in that area of Washington Street and actually capture portions of Washington Street?
Yes. Yep.
Now, as far as the cameras are concerned, particularly the exterior cameras that we're talking about as far as the library and the town hall, how are they sort of set up to record? Is it one continuous recording? Are they motion activated? How are they?
Yes, the cameras, based on size and so on, they are all set up for motion in pretty much all of our locations.
And as far as from your review of those cameras, is there any sort of indication on the footage as far as date and timestamp or anything like that?
Yes, we usually have it in one of the corners or someplace along when we have the video saved off and exported.
And when you were able to pull the video that the troopers were requesting, the date and timestamp affixed to those videos, was that accurate as to what the date and timestamp actually was at the time that it's recording?
Yes, I would believe so.
And sort of those date and timestamps, you know where they come from?
The system is linked to a time server, which is remote and is used from the national standards.
Now, as far as the video is concerned from those, they're motion activated, but how far back do they go as far as how many days pass before, does it get sort of overwritten at some point?
Yes, depending on the site, most of them, because of the motion activated, because of, various request types and so on, and the number of the cameras, we usually try to get about 30 days. There are some that go longer because the site is or isn't used as much. And then there are other ones where, specifically with the library, they only requested to have a maximum of 30 days on that device.
And so when you received this request from the troopers, that was well within 30 days, is that correct?
Yes, yeah, because we're talking February 7th for the last request.
Now, as far as the video that you exported, well, let me ask you this. As far as when you were asked to retrieve that video, can you explain sort of mechanically the process, how you got that video and how you delivered that?
Yeah, so specifically for the town and the library one, that again, timeframe provided, using the manufacturer's software product, doing the search, picking the cameras that are facing the Washington Street side, and then having the time frame and exporting that out. That becomes, depending on the size of it, either a full executable that can just be opened and viewed, or a compilation of files that has a player with it. And then based on the fact that we had already put videos together and that material was picked up, I had sent a file share link for that information.
You had sent that file share link to Trooper Dunn, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as the video that you reviewed, were you sort of parsing, or were you looking for specific areas, or did you just sort of take the whole time period requested and send that off to the trooper?
As far as I recall, it was the whole time frame, just because we only have 2 cameras or so that physically cover the area in question, and he had 2 separate hours in question as well. So they were able to be exported and sent.
Now, as far as this particular video, this is video only, correct? There's no audio that's attached to these cameras?
Correct, no audio.
Now, as far as access to these cameras and the footage within the cameras, who, if anyone besides yourself, would have access to remove any sort of footage from the cameras?
No one.
Now, sir, before we get to the camera footage specifically, I just want to ask you about another area. In relation to also within sort of the ambit of your duties and responsibilities would include GPS on town trucks, correct?
Yes, Public Works has a setup via their radios for GPS information.
And so with regard to that, specifically the DBW trucks, what, if any, information did you receive from anyone at the DBW in relation to those GPS devices within the trucks shortly after the snowstorm from the 28th and the 29th of January?
Yep. So on February 1st, I received notification from the operations manager that the GPS information was not working.
And so you received information after the snowstorm that it wasn't working during the snowstorm, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as that, as far as GPS sort of going down in the DPW trucks, is that abnormal, or how often would that occur?
Yes, it happens several times throughout the year for various reasons. They have a radio repeater. It's connected through a network. It runs software on a server that we have in-house. Server's rebooted, network goes down, things that, change for various reasons, and we need to reestablish connection to whatever recorder it is for that repeater, and then the information is then picked up.
Now, taking you back to the Canton Public Library video that you provided to the trooper, were you told anything about sort of any type of vehicle or anything to be looking for within that particular video timeframe that they were asking about?
Not that I recall.
Did you recall ever actually watching the video yourself as far as confirming sort of what it was?
Yes, I mean, I watched it from the time frame to see that we had information, watched it just to move forward to the end to make sure there was information and when the recording, was physically available. But what was in it? No.
May I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a disc, just ask you to, as far as that video from the Canton Public Library, you've seen that video subsequently, is that correct?
This disc with the wording on it?
Yes.
No, I have not seen this.
Not that specific disc, I'm sorry, sir, but the footage, have you been shown that particular video footage, or did you review that footage before you gave it to the troopers?
This is not mine to the trooper.
Understood. May we approach?
Okay.
So a different disc? The wrong disc? What's going on? Good Lord. Isn't that something? Today's not going very well for the prosecution. So it hasn't changed. Oh, I didn't notice that typo. Yeah, disc. Yeah, so in other words, you cannot guarantee security for people. How lovely. There's important testimony that they should be dealing with instead of all of this ridiculous dicking around. Just unreal. You could see that Judge is actually starting to get a little peeved with him at times. I don't know where he thinks he is. Like, he's so slow, he's almost going backwards.
All right, so you both agree that this will be the next exhibit?
Yes. Yes.
And that's Madam Court Reporter.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right, so the parties agree that this is the next exhibit, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would just ask to briefly, publish portions from those.
Hold on. Yeah. Mark.
I'm sorry.
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the first video portion from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. Mr. Jutras, from what's up on the screen, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And as far as the view from this camera, this is from the library, is that correct?
Correct.
And so as far as what we're looking at here, this is the view from the camera as you observed it on the security camera and as you provided it, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, sir, do you have is there a laser pointer up on the desk in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with this area as far as the area of Canton?
Yes, yes. Town Hall is right across the street.
And I'm sorry, I stepped right over your words when you were saying that.
Yeah, so Town Hall is right across the street, and the intersection here is at Sherman, and this is Washington, the longest street that you'll see.
So Washington sort of runs parallel with the street, and then Sherman is the street that appears to intersect with Washington.
Correct.
In the area of Town Hall.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So if you could take that down and just put up the 5 to 6. Again, sir, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is this essentially the video that you provided to the troopers or retrieved from the town library from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. later on that day of January 20th?
Yes, sir.
And the orientation as far as Washington Street, Sherman Street, that's all the same in reference to the earlier, the camera hasn't moved.
Correct.
Thank you. You can take that.
I may have one moment, Charlie.
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
What? Oh my God, Wally.
Good afternoon, Attorney.
So confirming the state police, when they contacted you, asked for 2 hours of video footage, right? Between 12 and 1 a.m. on January 29th and between 5 and 6 a.m. on January 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
You pulled that video footage, or at least arranged for it to be pulled for the state police, correct?
Yes.
And I believe your testimony was that you checked the beginning time and the ending time to make sure that you had the right time periods for those 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
But you did not sit down and watch 1 hour of snow falling and or cars driving by the public library, correct?
That is correct.
Did
I
you do
did
that
not.
for between 12 and 1 or between 5 and 6?
Correct. I did not.
And at the time that you provided the video footage to the state police, did you know whether or not there was any missing footage within those 2 hours?
No. Because again, I did not play every single second of the video.
Understood. It's fair to say, and you're certain, that you did not cut out any of the video footage in those 2 time periods, correct?
Correct. It's motion activated. That's the only piece.
You provided the state police with the raw footage as it existed in your possession at that time, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, you knew that the raw footage was only saved for between 30 and 60 days?
That one is less than 30, yes.
Right. Now, as of early February, when you were dealing with the state police, you knew that Karen Reed had been arrested and charged in court, correct?
I do not recall if I had that information.
You knew that there had been a police officer found dead on the lawn of another police officer in Canton?
At that time in February, I believe so.
And that likely would have been discussed when the state police called you?
I do not recall the conversation other than asking for video footage for Washington Street.
And I'm sorry, sir, if you could just keep if I can't hear you, I guarantee you that these last jurors can't hear you. Could you just repeat that last question?
Yep. Again, when in the conversation with it, we had the dates and the timeframes, and anything else relative to it, I do not recall specifically a conversation.
Okay. So you don't have a memory of why you were being asked for this?
Correct. I know it was for a motor vehicle accident. Who and what, I do not recall if that was ever mentioned specifically.
Okay. And you would agree with me that as the IT director, you have the ability, if you wanted to download the footage onto some hard drive to preserve it, if you wanted to do that?
Yes.
Did any state trooper ever ask you to download and preserve that footage so that it would exist longer than that 30 to 60 day period?
No.
And so it's fair to say you did not do that, correct?
Correct.
You complied with what they asked you to do?
Yes.
Now, skipping ahead to April 6th of 2023, you were contacted by Michael Proctor, a state trooper investigating this matter, correct?
I do not recall.
Do you recall Michael Proctor asking you to provide to the defense in this case the same raw footage you had previously provided to the state police?
No.
And you don't recall telling him that you couldn't do that because after 30 to 60 days, footage is gone, correct?
I had a phone call with what I thought was Trooper Dunn asking for another copy of the data and telling him that I did not have it and I couldn't recreate it.
I see. Oh, so you were
if it was Proctor, but no, I thought I was speaking with Trooper Dunn.
Trooper Dunn was the name that you remembered from February of
Correct. That was the first interaction I had.
And when they mentioned state police, you assumed it was the same state police trooper, correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say that once you shared the footage with the state police in February of 2022, you didn't control what they did with it after that, correct?
Correct.
And you have no personal knowledge about how they preserved it or didn't preserve it, correct?
I'll allow it. Do you have any idea?
No.
And one last question. You cannot testify about whether any video was removed from the footage after you provided it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Nothing further, thank you.
Can you follow up?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you are all set.
Okay, I don't know what that was about.
I do not, Your Honor, no. May we approach this on?
I don't even know what that was. They showed footage from a different time period located nowhere near Fairview. Okay. Lolly and his witnesses. He made 0 points today. Yeah. An accident that happened. Possible beta blockers. One never knows. He looks like he's been eating edibles. Just unreal. He made no points. Nothing, not one thing pointed to Karen again. Unreal. I wonder, I mean, she is spending a bunch on her lawyers. And, you know, you hate to do that if the person's actually innocent. You hate to see them have to fork out all of that money. What's O'Keefe's brother doing over there? I don't know. I don't like him there. It makes me very, very uncomfortable. I don't need the groin shot. And I don't like how close he is to Karen Reed. It just doesn't seem safe. Because, I mean, that guy never has a friendly look on his face.
So
You are unmuted.
in fairness, I didn't tell the lawyers that I was hoping to go until 4:30 today. And I understand, as sometimes happens with law enforcement witnesses, they get called away. So
did he have breath mints?
That's it for today. Now, next week, I would like to go as much as we possibly can on the days that we're here for full days. So Monday is a full day. I would like to go until 4:30 if everybody can, with the shortened lunch hour. Tuesday, we're not in session. Wednesday is a full day again. We'll go right till 4:30 with the shortened lunch. Thursday is a half day, maybe even closer to 12. And Friday, we will not be in session. So those are dates that we gave you before. So we will get as much done as we possibly can during that period. Okay, so those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. You've got a few days off. Just disregard this case. Don't think about it. Leave everything here and have a great few days. We'll see you next month.
All right.
Unreal. We'll see you next Monday. And only 2 full days, 2.5 days of testimony next week because she has Tuesday and Friday off. I guess not. It's just like, wow. Oh, it does. It's just like, what? They're just not making any points. No.
All right, and for scheduling, I will actually see you over here for scheduling purposes.
All righty then. So that was the shit show for today. Dear God. Oh, Lordy, Lordy, Harley. What? Oh, well, I was going to say what a week. And it was only one full day. Oh, it feels like a week listening to that nonsense. Good God. So, guys, don't forget to subscribe, like, share, and hit that bell. We are not in court till next Monday, so I'm going to be wanting to update some of our other cases that we've been looking at. So, guys, thanks for hanging. Yeah, what a waste. I know. I know. Yeah, are you on Discord, Harley? This really is. I've just never seen anything quite like this. I've never seen anything like it. It's just unreal. If you want to join, Harley, the email for the link is in the description. So why don't you come on over and join us? There's always something happening over there. Mexi does movies, and sometimes I think today everyone's going to want to watch Emily Baker. Am I saying that right? Good Lord. So yeah, not even sure if that schedule will stick. No, because she comes in late, she leaves early, she just does whatever she wants. She's a horrible, horrible human to be spending so much time. There we are. Thank you very much, Mexi. So the email is in the link or in the description there for you, in the chat. So grab onto that. It'd be great to see you over there, friend. So guys, thank you very much for joining me. It was a long day. We learned absolutely nothing, but hey, there's next week. So guys, have a great day, and I'll see you really soon in the next one. Bye.